Li Yunxiao had been in a trance all this while. Every now and then, images flashed through his mind as if he had become someone else. He also went into a state of epilepsy from time to time, at times shouting, crying, laughing. Even stranger was the fact that there was always a voice in his mind which seemed to be reciting a strange scripture. When he listened carefully, it seemed to be a cultivation technique, and his body always swayed involuntarily with the voice. The more epileptic he became, the more fragments appeared in his mind, and the more complete they became. Finally, he passed out from the torture one day. But when he woke up, all the fragments were joined together in their entirety and appeared in his mind clearly. Li Yunxiao's eyes were as clear as the stars of eternity. He had finally awakened. I can't believe I was reborn. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he turned his head slightly to look out of the window at the tall statue that rose to the top of the cloud. Year 1033 of the heavenly martial calendar. I, Gu Feiyang, have been dead for 15 years. 15 years ago, Gu Feiyang, the Vanquisher Martial Sovereign, one of the top 10 conferred martial sovereigns of the heavenly martial realm, accidentally passed away in the Tiandang Mountains, shaking the entire continent. Since then, there had been an undercurrent of tension surging among the major powers, and the conflicts had been intensified. The heavenly martial continent, which had been calm for hundreds of years, was once again in turbulence. Heh? Li Yunxiao grinned and sighed softly. I can't believe I've been born again after 15 years. I, Gu Feiyang, am back at last. Li Yunxiao. Suddenly a cold shout of rebuke rang out. Whoosh! A sharp noise broke through the air as Li Yunxiao looked up and saw a piece of chalk flying toward him, about to hit him in the face. He casually caught the chalk between his fingers and put it on the table. Then, he looked calmly at Luo Yunxiang, the class teacher, whose face was getting cold on the podium. It was the nth time that Li Yunxiao's mind had wandered in the class, so she'd be surprised if he wasn't distracted. But Luo Yunxiang was obviously in a bad mood today, so she needed someone to vent her depression on. And Li Yunxiao, the recognized loser, was certainly the best candidate. For a long time, it seemed to be a habit for all the teachers who were in a bad mood to pick on him. Whenever a teacher got upset, everyone knew that Li Yunxiao was going to be in trouble. Everyone began to snicker and gloat excitedly, all looking forward to watching the show. A few students even started to make noises. Li Yunxiao squinted at Luo Yunxiang and thought, she has got a great body, long hair, and a pretty face. If she were to wear a red gown, silver horn boots, a blue cloak, and the frosty sorrow, I bet she would look exactly like Red Lotus Martial Sovereignty. She's got a lot of potential for wearing costumes. I wonder if Red Lotus would kill me if she knew what I was thinking. Luo Yunxiang's heart gave a jerk. Li Yunxiao's eyes seemed to flicker with a smile, and that made her shudder inexplicably. It was like a tame rabbit had suddenly been spotted by a tiger. A momentary sense of powerlessness made her feel like falling into an ice cellar. What was that? The boy's eyes. Was he laughing? No way. I am a great martial master of the Four Quadrants realm. How could I be distracted by the glance of a common boy? It must be because I've been stuck in that problem lately that I'm a bit unsettled. The look of horror in her eyes flashed away, and she soon recovered from the momentary loss of composure. Her face darkened, and a sneer flickered around her lips. Li Yunxiao, we were talking about the crafting of weapons. Can you tell us how many methods common weapons are made with? Luo Yunxiang was teaching the basic course on crafting weapons. Although only a handful of people could become alchemists, the most basic knowledge of weapon crafting was what every warrior must know. The crafting of weapons? Ha! I'm a 9th-tier Emperor-grade alchemist of the heavenly martial continent. Who in the world but those few undying old fogies would dare to speak of the methods of weapon crafting in front of me? Li Yunxiao said carelessly, there are 48 methods of crafting common weapons. 48. The classroom suddenly fell silent before bursting into laughter. Ha ha! This fella must be talking in his sleep. I told you so. If I had only looked at his composure, I would have thought he really knew the answer. TSK. If he knew the right answer, I would have been a state guard. Li Yunxiao frowned as his glance fell on the textbook in front of him. He flipped open it and immediately saw a sentence. There are 36 methods of crafting common weapons, which are... When he closed the book, he saw a row of large words on the cover page, Basic Artifact Crafting, and beneath it was a clear row of smaller words, by Yang Di. Didn't I tell him there are 48 common methods? That brat actually turned a deaf ear to my words? He'll never have to come to my lecture again. He had sentenced the author of the textbook to death in an instant. Yang Di would have cried himself to death if he had known this. Yunxiao paid no mind to all the mockery. There are 36 orthodox crafting methods, he said in a calm tone. But 60 years ago, Gu Feiyang had invented 12 technical crafting methods, which have been recognized by the Association of Alchemists and listed as basic crafting methods. So, there should be 48. TSK. What nonsense is this brat talking about? Does he know more than Lord Yang Di? Ha. He must be afraid of being punished, so he has started talking nonsense. Precisely. How could Lord Yang Di, a student of Lord Gu Feiyang, not know how many basic crafting methods there are? The whole classroom was filled with mockery, but a sudden shout silenced everyone. Shut up. He's right. Yunxiang slapped the table, causing a gust of strong wind to spread out in all directions. Everyone felt an overbearing force come pushing at them, and their faces fell in horror. Some of the students near the podium were as pale as paper, as if on the point of coughing blood. Yunxiao smiled inwardly as he felt the wind. Tier 2 stars of the 4 quadrants realm. She sure has a gift, and her soul seems to be very strong. I reckon she's at least a senior apprentice alchemist. He was a little surprised. He had known Luo Yunxiang to be very formidable, but he had never expected her to be at such a high level. Martial warriors were divided into 9 levels. The Origin Realm, Warrior. The 2 Forces Realm, Martial Master. The 3 Powers Realm, Great Martial Master. The 4 Quadrants Realm, Martial Lord. The 5 Elements Realm, Martial King. The 6 Directions Realm, Martial Grandmaster. The 7 Constellations Realm, Martial Emperor. The 8 Desolation Realm, Martial Supreme. And the 9 Heavens Realm, Martial Sovereign. Each level was divided into 9 tiers, from 1 star to 9 stars. As soon as one reached the peak of the 9 Heavens Realm, one would be granted a title by the Holy City, becoming a conferred martial sovereign. Yunxiang stared coldly at Li Yunxiao as a hint of surprise flashed through her mind. Then, she glanced at the crowd and began to explain slowly. There have always been 36 basic crafting methods. 60 years ago, Lord Gu Feiyang, with his unparalleled talent, had invented 12 additional methods, which were recognized by the Association of Alchemists. It's just that these 12 methods are completely beyond the grasp of the average person. So Lord Yang Di didn't include them when he wrote this textbook. All the students were astonished and looked incredulous as they fixed their eyes on Li Yunxiao, who appeared to be perfectly calm. It was like the student at the bottom of the class had suddenly solved a problem that even the top students could not. Even Yunxiang was surprised. It was no secret to the alchemists that there were 48 basic crafting methods, but it was very rare for an apprentice martial warrior to know this. A thought suddenly came to her mind. They say this Li Yunxiao is illiterate in martial arts. Could it be that he has a gift in the crafting of weapons, which is why he has gathered a lot of information to learn by himself? The idea set her heart racing. If she could train an alchemist, it was worth more than a warrior. Let me test him again. Yunxiang looked up and saw that Li Yunxiao was looking at her with a hint of smile in his eyes, which gave her a feeling as if a teacher were looking at his disciple. That made anger rise in her. With a cold grin, she said, "Don't think you can skip class just because you've learned something esoteric. I'll ask you one more question. If you can answer that, you can skip the rest of my class and I'll pass you with a full mark. But if you can't answer that, you will stay in the tenfold gravity chamber for 6 hours. Tell me why we need to add sky crystal sand when making weapons? Stay in the tenfold gravity chamber for 6 hours? That's too harsh. Haha. Don't you see that Teacher Nalen is in a bad mood today? The brat has brought himself into the storm. Well, he deserved it. Look at his face. It looks like it needs some slaps. How I wish I could step on him a few times. Wow. Did you hear that? That's a tough question. Everybody knows that sky crystal sand needs to be added when crafting weapons, and there's no reason why. Yeah, it's like asking you why 1 + 1 = 2. Haha. It seems that Teacher Naylan is trying to embarrass Li Yunxiao. Stay in the tenfold gravity chamber for 6 hours? Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly, feeling a little helpless. If it were before, he would not feel anything even with 1,000-fold gravitational force. But 10 times the force of gravity was a bit too much for his current body. His helpless expression was quickly interpreted by Yunxiang as fear, which made her completely erase the admiration she had just expressed for him, and she could not help but look down on him. He is indeed illiterate in martial arts. He has not changed at all. Moreover, she immediately regretted it as soon as the question left her mouth. She felt a vague sense of guilt and remorse for playing such a trick on her student. After all, he had just answered a basic question very well, at least showing a studious side which was different from the past. Would she hurt his confidence and self-esteem by doing this? Would she strangle a flower that was going to turn over a new leaf? As her mind wandered, Li Yunxiao answered almost thoughtlessly. In fact, the crafting of weapons does not necessarily require sky crystal sand, but it is not easy for the ordinary alchemists to master the degree of fusion between materials during the refining process after quenching. So, they need to use it, which has a neutralization property, to play a moderating role. There was an eerie silence when he had finished. Everyone looked at each other because they could not understand what he was saying. The students looked at each other in astonishment. What Li Yunxiao had said was completely beyond the scope of the textbook. But Luo Yunxiang heard it all clearly. Her pupils constricted as she blurted out, "If that is the case, the more sky crystal sand you add in the process of crafting weapons, the better. But why is it that during the melting of karmat mixed with red copper, the more sky crystal sand is added, the more likely it is to fail?" This was the problem that had puzzled her for days, and she could not find a solution no matter how hard she racked her brain. That was why she had been depressed these days. Now that she had blurted out the problem in her heart, she did not look like she was testing Yunxiao, but someone who was seeking advice. The whole class looked at her with their mouths wide open. Why did she look so different from the learned, frosty, proud teacher Luo they remembered? Yunxiao answered patiently with the same carefree expression. Because even though red copper's attribute is metal, it is actually inclined more toward the fire element. So it has a great melting ability for karmat. As a result, many alchemists prefer karmat when upgrading red copper weapons. But if it contains sky crystal sand, it's a different story. He paused for a brief moment, and when he saw the look on Yunxiang's face, the thirst for knowledge, he smiled and could not help remembering the disciples who had followed him. Because the attribute of sky crystal sand is water, it neutralizes red copper's fire attribute. So, the more you add, the worse red copper's ability to melt karmat gets. Oh, I see. Yunxiang's eyes gleamed with excitement. So that's why. No wonder I never succeeded. What should I do? Very simple. Treat sky crystal sand as an impurity and use the refinement essence to remove it, Yunxiao said with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Ah! Yunxiang exclaimed again. How could I be so stupid as to not think of such a simple solution? She began to calculate quickly in her mind. The process of crafting flashed through her head and finally came to an end. Her eyes suddenly brightened and her face glowed with a happy smile. Huh? Where's Li Yunxiao? She felt a surge of gratitude in her heart, but at the same time she was greatly shocked. How could a wastrel who had been regarded as not having any talent in martial arts be even more knowledgeable in the art of weapon crafting than her? A genuine advanced apprentice alchemist? With such an amazing weapon crafting talent, his future was far brighter than practicing martial arts. Could a student like this be even considered a loser? Li Yunxiao's past flashed through her mind as she blamed herself inwardly for failing to discover such an outstanding talent of her student. Even though she was his teacher. He just left the classroom, one student said obediently. The way he looked at Luo Yunxiang had become unusually strange. What? Yunxiang arched her eyebrows and said angrily, How could he ignore me and sneak away while we are in the middle of class? The student hastily withdrew his gaze and said weakly, "Didn't you say that if he can answer your question, he can skip the rest of your class? If I were him, I would go too." Bam! Yunxiang slapped her palm on the lectern made of black iron, leaving a palm print on its surface while shocking the class. Everyone held their breath and dared not to make a sound. "Which one of you heard me say that?" Her watery eyes swept across the students. Those glanced at by her were trembling and shaking their heads hurriedly. Their faces turned pale. "No, you didn't say that. We were wrong. Teacher Luo never said that." Yunxiang snorted coldly and said, "Class is over. Tell Li Yunxiao that if I don't see him in the next class, I'll send him to the tenfold gravity chamber for 3 days. 3 days. Everyone sucked in a cold breath as they watched Luo Yunxiang kick open the classroom door and head for the alchemy hall like a gust of wind. "Hey, can someone tell me what is going on?" Du Feng was the first to speak. He rose directly from his seat and went to a tall student. "Boss, what's going on?" The tall student, Lan Fei, seemed to be the leader of a group of students, as he was soon surrounded by a crowd. "How would I know?" he said with a snort. "It seems that this brat Li Yunxiao knows a lot about weapon crafting." "No way." Shang Guanqing's eyes grew wide as he cried out. "Could he, a brat who has no talent in martial arts, actually be a genius in weapon crafting? What shall we do?" "Pa!" Lan Fei smacked him on the head with a textbook and said sulkily, "What genius? He has just read a few more books. To become an alchemist requires a lot more talent than a warrior. How can he walk the path of weapon crafting when he can't even open a single chakra?" "The boss is right." The crowd echoed in agreement, their eyes sparkling with different looks. Lan Fei pushed Shangguan Qing aside with one hand and saw several other people gathering at the other end of the classroom, whispering to each other. He sneered and said aloud, "No one is to tell Li Yunxiao what Teacher Luo said just now. If he attends the next class, humph." His loud snort immediately made the others turn pale with fright, and when they saw him staring at them coldly, they all bowed their heads in anger. He went on triumphantly, "Skinny Chun, Fatty Han, and you girls including Wuxia, you better not ruin this for me. If Li Yunxiao attends the next class, I'll be the first to settle the score with you." These few students were those usually close to Li Yunxiao, and could be said to be the opposite force to Lan Fei and his friends. Qin Rushua's face went cold as she clenched her palm into a fist and said angrily, "I'm going to tell him. What can you do to me? I dare you to lay a finger on me right now." Whoosh! Lan Fei flew into a rage. He rose from his seat and strode up to the podium, then struck the black iron with a punch. With that, a shallow fist print appeared on the lectern. A mark on the black iron. Could it be that Lan Fei has opened 7 chakras and condensed yuan energy? How is this even possible? If a man's 7 chakras are all opened, he can step into the origin realm and be called a warrior. He is only 15 years old. Even if he hasn't opened them all, I reckon he's almost there. A 15-year-old warrior. Another genius has appeared in the state of Tianshui. The classroom was filled with emotional voices while dozens of gazes thrown over were full of envy, jealousy, and hate. This gave Lan Fei an air of superiority as he proudly pointed at Wuxia and said, "Although you are a princess, given my extraordinary talent, His Majesty would not blame me for bullying you once in a while." Wuxia's face was pale with anger. She was about to rush up and beat Lan Fei when Chunjun and Han Bai held her back. Both of them were Yunxiao's hardcore supporters. "Princess, we are weak now," Han Bai whispered. "So we better not start a fight with them." More than 60 students in this class were the children of Tianshui dignitaries or loyal ministers, and they were naturally divided into 2 groups according to the factions of the ruling and opposition parties. The children of civil ministers, led by Lan Fei and Shangguanqing, belonged to one group, while the children of military officials, led by Li Yunxiao, Han Bai, and others, belonged to another. As the princess had always held the arrogance of Lan Fei and his people in detestation, she naturally sided with Li Yunxiao and the others. While the classroom was in commotion, Li Yunxiao was already walking alone down the street in Tianshui's capital. After his memories had awakened, His soul had begun to slowly regain its strength. The first to benefit was the strength of his divine sense. He examined his body quickly and carefully. This body is a bit troublesome. No wonder I was regarded as not having any talent in martial arts. Many invisible meridians have dried up, so they can't accumulate strength at all. Naturally, I can't open my chakras. I have to fix this body first. It looks like I won't be able to recover my strength anytime soon. He looked up at the towering building looming ahead and strode toward it. This is the capital of the state of Tianshui. I remember Yang Di is from here. I wonder if he's at the Association of Alchemists? All would be well if I could find him. The Association of Alchemists was a presence with its influence spread throughout the heavenly martial continent. Wherever it was, it enjoyed the highest esteem, and the Alchemist's Tower was surely the tallest building in the area. Yun Xiao looked up at the Association of Alchemists. Although the tower was far inferior to those he had been in, it gave him a feeling of the utmost familiarity. A few words were carved on an old stone slab in front of the tower. Association of Alchemists, Tianshui Branch, the year 1001 of Tianwu calendar, Yang Di. This stone slab was rebuilt in the year 1001 of Tianwu calendar? The year 1001? Oh right, it seems that this is the year that Yang Di was promoted to third-tier alchemist and became the president of the Tianshui branch. I wonder if he's still here. Yun Xiao had lived in the state of Tianshui for 15 years, but the branch president of the Association of Alchemists was not the kind of person he could reach. In fact, the highest level alchemist he knew was called Liang Wenyu, a second-tier alchemist. There was no guard outside the tower, because no one dared to stir up trouble here, and the hidden power inside was enough to make this secluded association of alchemists one of the safest places in Tianshui. He pushed the door open and walked in. The spacious hall inside was much larger than it looked from the outside. The noisy crowd made the interior of the tower extremely lively, which gave him a feeling as if he had suddenly stepped into a bustling market from a quiet countryside. "Welcome to the Association of Alchemists." A melodious voice came into his ears, and then he saw a beautiful woman in a fashionable dress smiling sweetly at him. "What can I do for you, my dear little sir?" She was a waitress that every association of alchemists had, specializing in receiving guests. In the past, whenever he visited the association, the waitresses always greeted him respectfully with bowed heads. He had not seen such a casual, gentle greeting in years. Yun Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Little sir." The waitress, whose name was Lu Yao, smiled sweetly and said, "You are the youngest guest I have ever received. May I help you?" Although she had a beautiful smile on her face, she was paying extra attention to Yun Xiao on the inside. Usually, people who came to the Alchemist's Tower for the first time were nervous and excited, while children were even more cautious, hiding beside adults to watch. No one had ever looked around the hall as soon as they stepped inside like Li Yun Xiao, with a calm and relaxed air. It was clearly the behavior of someone who was accustomed to major scenes. After working as a waitress at the Alchemists Association for several years, Lu Yao had not only met a lot of people in the upper classes, but had also trained herself a pair of discerning eyes. She immediately gave Li Yun Xiao a high appraisal, but was still surprised by the help he needed next. "I'm looking for Yang Di. Is he here?" Yun Xiao asked faintly, his eyes still wandering about the hall. "Yang? Lord Yang Di?" Lu Yao almost bit her tongue. She stared at the young man for a moment. Although she felt ridiculous, Yun Xiao's indifference made her feel that he was indeed sincere. It made her a little confused. "You mean the former president, Lord Yang Di?" she asked carefully. Yun Xiao frowned slightly and said disappointingly, "Former president? So, he's gone." A flash of reverence instantly rose into Lu Yao's eyes. She put her palms in front of her chest. Her cheeks flushed as she said with a look of longing, "Lord Yang Di had made a breakthrough and become a fourth-tier alchemist 20 years ago, so he was transferred to the headquarters of the Alchemists Association." 20 years ago? Yun Xiao did some counting in his mind. That should have happened 5 years before his accident, and Yang Di should be long gone from here. Without Yang Di's help, it would be more difficult for him to open up the dried-up invisible meridians. His present body was 15 years old, and had missed the best time for cultivation, so he could not afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, even if he did catch up later, it would be impossible for him to regain Gu Feiyang's peak strength, let alone take it one step further. His previous life, Gu Feiyang, was revered as the genius of both the martial arts and alchemy on the heavenly martial continent. He was not only a 9th-tier sovereign-grade alchemist, one of the 7 elders of the Alchemists Association. His achievements in martial arts also stood at the pinnacle of the 9 Heavens realm. Because of that, he was conferred the title of Vanquisher Martial Sovereign by the Holy City, and ranked among the top 10 experts in the heavenly martial realm. I have a list of herbs here. Can you help me find them? I need 10 batches of all the herbs. Yunxiao quickly took a pen and paper and wrote down a list of herbs. Now that Yang Di was gone, he would have to find a way to heal his internal injury. He could not afford to delay practicing martial arts even for a moment. Lu Yao took the list and went over it, then suddenly burst into laughter. Little sir, you can't have made a mistake on this list, can you? I've been in the Alchemists Association for 3 or 4 years, but have never heard of anything you've written here. Her words immediately worried Yunxiao. He was to concoct a potion to cleanse his meridians. Considering that this place was only a small branch after all and many materials might not be available, he had written down alternate materials instead of some rare herbs. But he was still disappointed. Lu Yao, what are you doing? At that very moment, a man in a black robe came over. His robe was typical of an alchemist's, and he had a curved badge hung over his shoulder, with a bright, glaring blood-red mark streaked across its surface. Everyone who saw him stopped and saluted him with respect on their faces. His expression was calm as he walked over leisurely. If one looked closely, one would find that people's glances were rested on the badge on his shoulder, full of admiration and envy. As for the man, no one was interested in him. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. It was the badge of a first-tier alchemist, a symbol of status. With this badge, the wearer would be highly regarded wherever he went throughout the heavenly martial continent. The hierarchy of alchemists was the same as that of warriors. They were also divided into 9 tiers and shared the same titles. Clearly, the man was a first-tier alchemist. Li Yunxiao's previous life, Gu Feiyang, was the almighty expert of all time who had stepped into the sovereign realm in both martial arts and alchemy. Lu Yao turned around and glanced over the red alchemist's badge. Then, she said respectfully after a moment of awe, Lord Jia Rong, this little sir has made a list and asked me to help him collect the materials. Jia Rong took the list and glanced at it. A moment later he frowned slightly, then crumpled it up like a scrap of paper and threw it away. Next he said to Lu Yao, What nonsense is this? Lord Liang is looking for you. Lu Yao was startled when she heard that Liang Wenyu was looking for her. Not daring to delay, she said hastily, I'll go now. She hurried away without saying another word, and suddenly was relieved. Even Lord Jia Rong doesn't know those things on the list. It looks like this kid is just fooling around. It's ridiculous that I wasted so much time on him. Yunxiao's face darkened. In his previous life, the prescriptions he wrote were priceless, and any one of them could be sold for a high price. And yet, it was thrown away like a scrap of paper now. He immediately said in a chilly voice, You are Jia Rong? Jia Rong paused slightly, and an angry look flashed across his face. How dare a brat call me by my name? Even the dignitaries of the capital would call me my lord when they see me. It hasn't been 7 days since you were promoted to a first-tier alchemist, right? Yunxiao held his left hand to his chest and touched the bridge of his nose with his right. Humph. Whose boy is this? Jia Rong looked down at him and said proudly, I just got promoted to a first-tier alchemist 5 days ago. That's what everybody knows. Are you sure you really got promoted to a first-tier alchemist? Yunxiao said meaningfully. Jia Rong's body trembled slightly as a hint of shock flickered in his eyes. What do you mean? He asked in a deep voice. Yunxiao glanced at his right hand, which was out of his black robe, and began to explain with a smile in his eyes. Your fingers have taken on a dark gray hue and are showing signs of peeling, apparently because you've been exposed to hell wind stone recently. Moreover, you emit a faint smell of blood flame orchid. which I reckon you've used to offset the aftereffect of the stone. Although the Hell Wind Stone has a very strong fusion property, its side effects cannot be ignored. It's something common alchemists wouldn't dare to use. Judging from the degree of damage to your fingers and the smell of blood flame orchid, it must have happened in the last 7 days. And you also have a faint odor, which is the unique smell of tiger sulfur stone. That tells me you've been exposed to a lot of it lately. It is clear, then, that your alchemist examination was to forge a weapon with tiger sulfur stone as the main material. Jia Rong was completely struck dumb as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Suddenly, he burst into a rage and shouted, "What nonsense!" When he had finished, he turned and left. Yunxiao smiled and sighed. Well, if Hellwind Stone is so useful, then anyone can be an alchemist. Besides, the side effects of Blood Flame Orchid are no less severe than those of the Hellwind Stone. I'm sure you feel extremely uncomfortable at the acupoints near your forehead, the back of your neck, and your back at noon every day, right? Jia Rong's body twitched as if he was electrocuted, and he could no longer take another step as if his feet were filled with 1,000,000 tons of cement. Yunxiao shook his head with a sad look on his face. What a pity for a talented alchemist. If you want to save your life, you'll have to chop off your right hand and destroy your dantian. You, stop scaremongering. Jia Rong began to shake violently. Forget it then. I was going to teach you a solution. Yunxiao threw up his hands helplessly and turned to leave. You have a solution. Jia Rong sprung to his feet as if he had been electrocuted, then lunged at Yunxiao and stopped him from leaving as he cried out, "Tell me now!" In the last few days, he had been suffering from the very kind of pain Yunxiao described. That day, he had used the Hell Wind Stone, which was explicitly prohibited, in order to be promoted to an alchemist. But he did not expect the side effects to come to him that night. He began to lose feeling in his right hand, which scared him out of his wits. He could not find a way to solve it even after reading through a large number of classic texts, and only found the method of neutralizing the toxin with the blood flame orchid in an ancient book. But the blood flame orchid had only slightly alleviated the toxicity of the stone, and his right hand was still gradually losing its vitality. Worst of all, the toxin of the blood flame orchid began to break out. Every day at noon, his 3 acupoints burned like fire, washing him with excruciating pain. If this situation continued, he was about to face the consequence of having his dantian destroyed and all his cultivation base gone. He could still accept the fact of having his dantian destroyed, because that only meant he could no longer practice martial arts. However, if his right hand was crippled, so was his path of an alchemist. It was unacceptable to him in any case, especially so after he was promoted to a first-tier alchemist. He had enjoyed the honor of the status, as well as the awe and envy of others, which made him cling to his present status of an alchemist even more. Please tell me how to solve it. I beg you. Jia Rong grabbed Yunxiao by the shoulder with his left hand, shivering and almost crying. There were still a lot of people coming and going in the hall, and they all looked at them in amazement. Although they could not hear their conversation in the distance, Jia Rong's exaggerated behavior and his crying face still managed to attract many glances, causing the crowd to speculate about the young man's identity. Yunxiao spread his hands and said in a feigned surprise, "Hey, where's my list of materials? Where's it? Have you seen it?" Jia Rong was stunned for a moment and immediately turned his head to the scrap of paper he had crumpled up. Of course, he understood what Yunxiao meant, so he hurriedly said, "There it is. Please wait a moment. I'll get it for you." Ignoring the startled glances, he trotted over and bent down to pick up the paper. All kinds of astonishing remarks came drifting into his ears. Jia Rong blushed with shame at once, wishing there was a hole in the ground that he could hide in. Let me get the solution first, and then I'll surely pay him back for this humiliation. He gritted his teeth with hatred and his eyes flashed with resentment. But he still pretended to be calm on the surface. He unfolded the paper carefully and handed it to Yunxiao. Yunxiao took the paper carelessly and blew his nose on it a few times, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it away. I want 10 batches of every item on the list, and when you've gotten them all, come to see me at Jalan Academy. My name is Li Yunxiao. You! Jia Rong felt a cramp in his stomach and a shiver of anger as he looked at the crumpled list on the ground in the distance, with slimy snot on it. Yunxiao stared at him with a sneer. Respect is not given by others, you have to earn it yourself. And, you had lost my respect right from the beginning. A killing intent flashed across Yunxiao's face as his soft voice rang in Jiarong's ears. You better not hold a grudge against me. Few people who were unkind to me still live in this world. I don't want you to get your life back only to lose it later on. By the way, your right hand will probably last only 3 more days. If you don't find the things I want in 3 days, it will be completely dead. Unless you can find yourself a 9th-tier alchemy sovereign, you will never be able to craft again in your life. Yunxiao's voice was soft, but it filled Jia Rong with fright, making him shiver violently. He mustered his courage and asked almost hysterically, 3 days? I haven't even heard of most of these ingredients. And how do I know you're not lying to me? With a faint smile, Yunxiao said, You are a clever man, and I'm sure you'll find a way. Concoct a potion with the leaves of white crescent bamboos and gray world ginseng, and consume it every morning, noon, and evening. Can alleviate the pain of your 3 acupoints and also allow your right hand to live for 2 more days. But, only 2 days. If you still can't gather enough ingredients in 5 days, you don't have to come to me. Good luck. Jia Rong pondered over the 2 herbs in his mind, and when he looked up, he found that Yunxiao had disappeared. His face darkened instantly, and he felt no pain at all even when his left fingers had pinched into his flesh. He is but an ordinary lad, neither a warrior nor an alchemist. Yet, why have I felt a shivering fear before him? Jia Rong was immediately ashamed and indignant as he growled inwardly. I'll let you run wild for a few more days. When I get the solution, I will certainly tear you to pieces. Jialan Academy, Li Yunxiao. He made his way toward the snot-stained piece of paper, ashamed and resentful. Under the astonished glances of the others, he picked it up with a flushed face, then wrapped it in a cloth he pulled out from somewhere and put it in his bag of holding. The surrounding crowd lowered their heads because they all felt the anger and murderous intent emanating from his body. Some were so frightened that they scattered about, not daring to look at him again. Inside a luxurious office on the 3rd floor of the Alchemist's Tower, here are the 10 caddies of spirit crane roots and white phoenix dragon lotus that Prime Minister Lan Hong requested. They are very precious. Take them immediately to the Prime Minister's estate and hand them over to him personally. Liang Wenyu cautiously told Lu Yao. Spirit crane roots? White phoenix dragon lotus. Lu Yao froze for a moment and murmured. So these 2 things do exist? What's the matter? What are you muttering about? Liang Wenyu asked, frowning. Lu Yao hurriedly came back to her senses. I beg your pardon, Lord Liang. I was distracted. Just now, a teenager gave me a list of materials and asked me to find them for him, but I didn't know any of the things. I thought he was just messing around with me. Among them were spirit crane roots and white phoenix dragon lotus. A teenager? Liang Wenyu was lost in thought momentarily. These 2 herbs are used to improve the strength of warriors. Where is the list now? I gave it to Lord Jia Rong when he asked me to come up here, and he had returned it to the teenager. Lu Yao replied carefully. Oh. Liang Wenyu was slightly disappointed. Do you remember what else was on the list? Lu Yao tried her best to recall. Ink feather ghost flower, nether fruit, vacuum nectar, Shiva flower, fairy bud. As she read out the materials on the list one by one, Liang Wenyu's expression changed from doubtful to surprised, then shocked, and finally, blank. There are a few more, but I can't remember them. Lu Yao's beautiful eyebrows knitted together. After all, she only had a quick glance at the list, and it was amazing that she could remember so many of them. Liang Wenyu came back to his senses, then hurriedly took out a piece of paper and wrote down all the materials. Did the teenager leave his name or contact information? Lu Yao shook her head, her heart filled with shock. Who is this teenager? Why did Lord Liang pay so much attention to him? Lord Liang, she asked cautiously. I've been working in the Alchemists Association for more than 3 years, But why haven't I ever heard of these things? Looking at the incomplete list, Liang Wenyu sighed. There are several herbs in the list that I have never heard of. But when they are put together, they give me the impression that they will make a very powerful potion, which is of great benefit to warriors who want to improve their cultivation base. Even Lord Liang has never heard of them. Lu Yao covered her red lips with her hand in surprise, a look of disbelief in her eyes. Lord Liang, is it possible that this list is full of nonsense? Liang Wenyu shook his head and said, No. The combination of some of the herbs is so mysterious that I can't figure out the relationship between them in a short time. If the teenager comes again next time, make sure you find a way to keep him and let me know as quickly as possible. Yes, Lord Liang. With shock and uneasiness, Lu Yao took the storage bag and left. Those materials are relatively difficult for Jia Rong to find. I can't count on him completely. I have to find another way. Yun Xiao thought to himself as he walked down the street alone. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, he sent a wisp of divine sense into it. The inside was full of all sorts of things. What's all this jumble? Even an aphrodisiac? Oh, I remember now. I had secretly bought it last time but never got a chance to use it. He threw away a small bottle and took out a large black sword, slightly surprised by its weight. This is the only useful thing, he said to himself with a bitter smile. It weighs 32 caddies and 7 tails. I can hardly lift it. How I miss my sword, Star's Slayer. I wonder where it is now. Well, I'll use it before I open up all 7 chakras. Yun Xiao carried the heavy sword on his shoulder and started down the street toward Jilan Academy. When I've condensed my primordial qi, I will craft a weapon for myself. By the time he arrived at the academy, he was already panting from exhaustion. Monkey-chun, Fatty Han, are you greeting me at the gate? At the front gate of the academy, Chun Jun and Han Bai, who were close to him, were pacing anxiously in circles. Where have you been, young Master Yun? Chun Jun cried out at the sight of Yun Xiao. We looked everywhere for you but couldn't find you. Skinny Chen, what are you trying to do? A loud shout rang out suddenly, and then Du Feng dashed out from behind Chen Jin, staring at him with a grim smile as he said, Don't tell me that you want to oppose Boss Lan? Chen Jin's face flickered. Gritting his teeth, he said, Stop intimidating me in the name of your master. I'm just conveying Teacher Luo's message. Young Master Yun. Next class. Shut up. Du Feng cut the words off with a loud shout while throwing himself at Chun Jun, his 5 fingers grabbing toward his throat like an eagle's claw. Chun Jun's face fell as he stepped back hastily. Du Feng was already an apprentice warrior who had opened 4 chakras, with a strength far stronger than his. Don't you push us too far, Du Feng. Han Bai, who was watching from one side, could not stand it anymore. He strode forward and struck Du Feng's eagle claw with a punch. Both of them were apprentice warriors who had opened 4 chakras, so they were equal in strength. As a result, their bodies jolted when their attacks collided and backed off at the same time. Don't you dare attack again, Fatty Han. A man appeared beside Du Feng. With arms folded over his chest, he said proudly, I, Luo Jie, have just opened 5 chakras last week, and I was worried that I don't have anyone to practice with. Well, Fatty Chen, I'll use you as my target now and see how wide the gap between someone who has opened 4 and 5 chakras is. Haha, the gap is that you can knock out all his teeth with just 1 punch. Du Feng laughed and pointed at Chun and Han. I'll give you 3 minutes to get out of here. At the moment, many students had gathered around the gate, all wanting to watch how the scene would play out. They were all gesticulating and discussing among themselves. The faces of Chun and Han turned livid with rage. Suddenly, from behind them came Qin Rushua's icy voice. I'd like to see how you make us get out of here. She went on angrily. I'm going to tell Yun Xiao that he must attend Teacher Luo's next class session. What can you do to me? Du Feng and Luo Jie's faces flickered as they could not afford to offend the princess. Pointing at the few people, Du Feng snapped, Skinny Chun, Fatty Han, and you piece of junk, count yourself lucky this time. Let's go. He waved a hand and was about to leave with Luo Jie. Although Luo Jie was stronger than Du Feng, the Du family was more powerful than the Luo family. Therefore, he was still in a low position within the group of Lan Fei's lackeys. I thought it was something big. Why do you have to make it so mysterious? Yun Xiao touched his nose. Even if Teacher Luo did not punish him, he had planned to practice in the gravity chamber himself. Why, you want to leave just like that after kicking up the fuss? Du Feng stopped, his pupils slightly dilated. What? You piece of shit have a problem. Yun Xiao laid his hand on the hilt of the heavy sword and said, I don't have a problem, but I just want to see how big a gap there is between someone who has 5 chakras opened and someone who has none. Du Feng, Ruxue, and the others were stunned, and then Ruxue blurted out, Yun Xiao, you? Haha. Interesting. Du Feng interrupted Ruxue with a laugh. Since you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. As soon as he had finished speaking, he kicked into the ground and launched himself out, laughing and throwing a punch at Yun Xiao's head. How dare this punk make such a big statement? Du Feng's heart was full of scorn and sneer, especially when he thought of Yun Xiao's prestigious status, the eldest grandson of the Li family, which was the strongest family in the state of Tianshui's military. The thought of beating someone so special filled him with an abnormal pleasure, and when his fist was about to land on the target, he was even on the verge of orgasm. Watch out! Chen Zhen and the other 2 cried out. It was too late for them to save Yun Xiao. Ruxue was so frightened that she covered her mouth with her hands and turned pale. Yun Xiao was just an ordinary man. How could he withstand a punch from an apprentice warrior who had opened for chakras? Bam! Everyone heard a dull thump as Du Feng's body suddenly froze in front of Yun Xiao. His fist had been thrown out and was pressing against Yun Xiao's temple. However, Yun Xiao's face was cool as ever, without the slightest hint of pain. This can't be. Luo Jie's pupils constricted as he discovered in an instant that Du Feng's fist had not struck Yun Xiao in the face, but was half a centimeter away. A woo! A shrill wail of pain resounded through the air, almost piercing the eardrums of those who heard it. The palpitating scream was enough to make everyone imagine how much pain the owner of the voice had endured. What caused everyone's expression to change was that the voice came from Du Feng's mouth. As he had his back facing the crowd, no one knew what had happened. All they saw was that his body began to tremble violently and then slowly fell back toward the ground. Du Feng! As Luo Jie uttered a terrible cry, Du Feng finally fell to the ground, his trembling hands covering his crotch as his body twitched wildly. Meanwhile, he continued to wail and scream like a pig in a slaughterhouse. It was then that everyone saw Yun Xiao slowly lower his right leg. It turned out that he had kicked Du Feng in the most vulnerable spot. Looking at the shock and fear in everyone's eyes, Yun Xiao spread out his hands helplessly and said with an innocent expression, You all saw him rush up to beat me. I did nothing but just lift my right knee. I didn't expect he would run himself into it. What bad luck. So it was a knee kick. What a ruthless guy. All the male students present shivered and subconsciously put their hands in front of their crotches. No. Please. No. I've made a mistake. Please spare me, young Master Yun. Luo Jie cracked his fists in fury. Li Yunxiao, you are too vicious. How can you use such a sinister tactic against your classmate? You can't be so shameless, Yun Xiao said innocently. As you can see, he ran into me. There are at least a few dozen students here who can testify for me. You! Luo Jie was so angry that he did not know what to say. What happened did seem as Yun Xiao had said, and even he could not see anything wrong with it. But how could there be such a strange thing? Everyone present had the same thought in mind. Yeah, that guy ran into the knee all by himself. What a weirdo, trying to beat someone but ending up ruining his manhood. It is truly unheard of. Whatever your excuse is, you can't get away with it, Luo Jie said angrily. Today, I'm going to destroy your manhood and cripple your limbs. I will avenge Du Feng. His figure flashed as he dashed forward. However, he seemed to be somewhat afraid, as he did not attack from the front like Du Feng did, but turned to the side and threw his fist out. The punch whistled through the air with a force of over 1,000 catties. What a powerful punch! I can't believe this guy is a senior apprentice warrior. That lad is in trouble. The 7 chakras are bottlenecked by the 5th chakra. After breaking through it, one is considered a senior apprentice warrior. I wonder how many chakras this guy has opened. Judging by the fact that his punch comes with a force of over 1,000 caddies, I think he has just opened the 5th chakra. But that's enough to give that lad a hard time. Yun Xiao, get out of the way. Han Bai cried out in panic, swinging his fists to the rescue. Although he was no match for Luo Jie, the punch would at most break his bone. But if someone as weak as Yun Xiao was struck by it, he would certainly die. Clang! Yun Xiao clasped the hilt of the black iron sword sticking in the ground and lifted it in front of him, with the tip pointing straight at Luo Jie. But the sword was so heavy for him that he looked laborious and unsteady, as if a gust of wind would knock him over. Bam! A rumble rang out from the sword as Luo Jie's punch landed straight on the blade, right at the sharp edge. No! Please! No! I've made a mistake. Please spare me, young Master Yun. A shrill scream echoed through the air, and everyone present saw Luo Jie covering his right fist with his left hand as blood dripped down. An excruciating pain washed him over from his right hand, and what frightened him even more was that his fingers seemed to have snapped under the blow. Han Bai halted completely in the middle of his attack. He too was struck dumb. What happened? By now, even a fool would know that something was wrong. What's going on? Does he think that he can use his flesh against the sword just because he is a warrior with primordial chi? How could there be such a fool in the world? I think there's something wrong with that lad with the sword. I also feel something is wrong. But that lad clearly doesn't have any primordial chi on him. You see, just holding a black iron sword is enough to make him look so exhausted. Besides, I saw that it was Luo Jie himself who threw his fist at the tip of the sword. Yeah, it's the same as the previous guy. How weird. The onlookers were all discussing in amazement. They were naturally unable to see through the mystery behind the entire scenario with their eyes. Although Yun Xiao had lost all his strength, he still had the discerning eyes of a martial sovereign who once stood at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens realm. He had simply timed Luo Jie's punch early enough to put the sword tip in front of his fist when he could no longer change course. Humph! If I can't even get rid of a few apprentice warriors, I might as well kill myself. He snorted coldly as he carried the heavy sword on his shoulder and strode toward Luo Jie. Since you dare to attack my friends, I'll cripple both your fists. By the time he had finished, he brought the sword down forcefully. Luo Jie sensed the danger, but was horrified to discover that the sword, although seeming slow, had covered all his weaknesses and escape routes. It was as if he had revealed all his weaknesses and was lying on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. He had never felt so powerless, even in the face of those warriors of the Origin realm. No! Please! No! I've made a mistake. Please spare me, young Master Yun. The great sword struck squarely on his left fist, causing a cloud of blood to burst out. Now, both his hands were covered in blood. You tried to kill me? Let me destroy your manhood. No. Please. No. I've made a mistake. Please spare me, young Master Yun. Bam! The sword struck Luo Jie in the crotch, producing a loud thump that made all the male students present shudder uncontrollably, their bodies turning cold. Bro brother. Why did that guy just stand there and let him hack? I don't know. I think we should just leave them alone and get out of here. This lad is too ruthless. We better go now, lest we get ourselves into trouble. My crotch is all wet with pee now. Let's go. And you. Yun Xiao walked over to Du Feng, who was rolling on the ground, and again cut the meridians in both of his hands with the sword. Like Luo Jie, Du Feng immediately fainted from the pain. Li Yun Xiao? Are you really Li Yun Xiao? It was only then that Wuxia came to her senses, looking at the scene with disbelief. Young Master Yun, could it be that your meridians have been unclogged and your chakras have been opened? Chen Jin said, exulted. Yun Xiao shook his head and sighed. It's not that easy. Chen Jin was somewhat confused. He pointed to the 2 unconscious guys on the ground and asked, so what's going on? Knowing that he could not explain it to them, Yunxiao laughed and said, "Didn't you see that they ran into me all by themselves?" Qinzhen was speechless. "They ran into you all by themselves, yes. But this is so." Yunxiao interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Well, you'll find out in the future. I'm going back to my dormitory. When the Academy investigates this matter, there are many people here who can testify for me." Once he had finished, he carried the great sword on his shoulder and started toward the dormitory. This? Qinzhen was stunned for a moment and felt as if Yunxiao had suddenly changed too much. Not only in terms of strength, but his temperament was completely different from the past as well. "Yunxiao, even if we testify for you, the fact that you've crippled them with your sword will probably bring you great trouble," Wuxia cried out suddenly. "The Du family and Luo family have always been at odds with your family, and I'm afraid they'll take advantage of this incident." Yunxiao's body gave a slight pause. Then he laughed and said without turning his head, "If they try to stir up trouble, I'll destroy their manhoods as well." One by one, Wuxia's face flushed as she stamped her feet angrily. This Li Yunxiao is so vulgar, and why did he suddenly change so much? He has caused so much trouble, and yet he still seems as if nothing has happened. He is ticking me off. Du Feng and Luo Jie are indeed from the Du family and the Luo family, but they are not core descendants, Han Bai said thoughtfully. With young Master Yun's status, it's no big deal to cripple them. I don't believe their families would dare to seek justice from the Li family. I just worry that they'll go after young Master Yun directly. If that is the case, he'll be in great danger. Qinzhen snorted. They wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in the academy. Sending someone to kill a student in the academy would just make them die faster than offending the Li family. Outsiders certainly wouldn't dare to kill someone in the academy, Han Bai said while frowning. But if it is other students, the academy would just turn a blind eye. Wuxia's face flickered. You mean Lan Fei? Han Bai nodded with a serious expression. Everybody knows that Du Feng is Lan Fei's man, and Lan Fei has opened his 7th chakra, being on the verge of condensing primordial qi and breaking into the warrior realm. Wuxia and Qinzhen's faces grew grave. Warriors and apprentice warriors were two completely different concepts, not to mention the fact that Yunxiao was not even an apprentice warrior. The three of them discussed for a while, but they could not come up with a solution. In the end, they left the place while sighing. The students of Jialan Academy were either the best teenagers chosen from across the state or the children of the dignitaries like Li Yunxiao, so there were almost as many geniuses as there were idiots. The Li family held great power in the military of Tianshui state. Therefore, although Yunxiao had long been abandoned by his family due to his physique, he still had a separate dormitory in the academy, which came with a separate cultivating room. Phew! Yunxiao casually dropped the black iron sword on the ground, then began to swing his arms and press his legs, performing all kinds of poses to exercise his bones and muscles. This body is too weak. I must make it strong as soon as possible. The Tyrant Body Tempering Technique is the strongest body tempering technique in the world. It was too late in my previous life when I got it, and I died before I had time to cultivate it. Well, now is the perfect time to start cultivating it. He let out a deep cry as he squatted down on the spot while his body slowly bent forward. Then, his upper body suddenly arched backward, his hands touching the back of his legs and forming a circle as a strange aura spread from him. Ha! A terrible pain rose into his head from his waist, as if a sharp knife was cutting his body apart. Yunxiao could no longer endure the pain. His face turned pale as his whole body went out of control. His upper body bounced back instantly and he lost his balance, stumbling before he fell back several steps and sat down on the ground. Why is this cultivation technique so abnormal? I feel like my whole body is about to be torn apart. No wonder that tyrant is so strong. It's so painful just to get started. The tyrant martial sovereign was recognized as the strongest of the 10 conferred martial sovereigns. Yunxiao had obtained the body tempering technique from Tyrant by chance. He never dared to let anyone know about it, and had intended to practice it secretly. But who knew that he would die in the Tiandang Mountains before he could even begin? With this technique, even if I can't open up any chakras, It will be enough for me to cultivate to the martial sovereign level. Xianxia took a deep breath as he let out a deep cry and bent his upper body back once again. Every individual who had cultivated to the peak of the Nine Heavens realm had an amazing perseverance. Although talent was important, what was more important was the courage and determination to never give up. The first style of the tyrant body tempering technique, Moon and Sun. He again bent his body into a circle. The tremendous pulling force made him feel as if his body was being torn apart by horses while every inch of his muscle and bone began to break. Bam! This time he held on for 5 seconds, before being thrown out and slammed straight into the wall. His insides were so shaken that his blood boiled violently, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Again! He gave a loud shout. The 2 setbacks had made his inner pride soar. If that tyrant can cultivate it, I'm going to do it better than him. Although Tyrant's strength was recognized as the strongest among the 10 conferred martial sovereigns, none of them were willing to admit inferiority to the others. They were all proud individuals who looked down on every being in the world. The Moon and Sun style. A day later, in the gravity cultivating hall of the Academy, many teleportation arrays were inscribed on the ground paved with bluestone bricks, each leading to a different gravity zone. Students could be transferred directly to their destinations by placing a primordial stone in the array. These arrays were scattered across several acres of land, and only the capital of a state had the strength to construct such a cultivating venue. In the center of the dozens of arrays was a tall, thousands of meters squared platform. It was the return point of all the gravity regions. Xianxia looked at the students and their youthful faces as they came and went, his thoughts drifting back to decades ago. At that time, he was just an ordinary apprentice warrior. Like all the students here, he listened to the legends of the heroes and worked hard day and night to advance forward on the road of the strongest. Most of the students who came here voluntarily were the children of poor families. They only hoped that they could become the warriors of the state one day, rise above the crowd, and bring glory to their ancestors. Everyone was transferred out in high spirits, and then returned like frozen eggplants, dispirited and discouraged. Everyone was self-absorbed and few people talked. Occasionally, they all looked surprised when they saw Xianxia dressed in splendid clothes. Xianxia stepped into a yellow array marked with the words, tenfold, and put a primordial stone in it. Immediately, a yellow light rose from the array and wrapped him up. Soon, his figure faded away and disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, just as he arrived at his destination, he felt a tremendous tearing force coming from the ground. His whole body collapsed in a flash. All his flesh and blood was squeezed together. Ha! Ha! Xianxia gasped for breath. He was mentally prepared, but because of the severe lack of blood in his upper body, he became unusually pale and his whole body was deformed slightly. He forced himself upright and looked around. The entire tenfold gravity region was even larger than the gravity training hall, divided into many cultivating chambers numbered from 001 to 200. As there were tens of thousands of students in Jialan College, 200 cultivating chambers were not that many. There were a lot of students who did not have a chamber at the moment and were meditating in the public area while waiting instead. Xianxia quickly swept the surroundings with his divine sense and then walked towards chamber 013 while panting. Every step he took required almost all of his strength, and the pores of his entire body opened and closed dramatically under the pull of gravity while he breathed spontaneously. I have to master the Moon and Sun style as soon as possible, so that this body can endure the use of the medicine to break through my meridians. It took him more than half a minute to move to chamber 013. Just as he was arriving, the door suddenly opened, and a pale, sweaty student came out of the chamber. As soon as he saw Xianxia, the student was slightly stunned, and immediately lowered his head and walked in the direction of the teleportation array. It is not easy to have a vacant chamber. Why was it taken by this guy? We've been waiting for most of the day for one to come out. Why was this new guy so lucky? Yeah. He seemed to know that the student in 013 was coming out. Who is this guy? Why can't I feel any primordial chi fluctuation emanating from him? Are you kidding me? The absence of primordial chi fluctuation means that one has not opened even a single chakra yet. How can a common person withstand tenfold gravity? Just as Xianxia was about to step into chamber 013, a hand suddenly reached over and stopped him. A student, smiling and dressed in a white robe, stood in front of him. My name is Yu Hajing, and I am an intermediate student who has opened 7 chakras. A peak-level apprentice warrior. You're new here, aren't you, little brother? Give me this chamber. There were 4 grades of students in the college, namely the junior class, the intermediate class, the advanced class, and the graduate class. Xianxia looked up and said coldly, "Give my ass. Get out of my sight." Hajing's face flickered, but he seemed to have thought of something after a fit of rage. He glanced behind him quietly as he regained his composure and said, "You must be new here. Give me face today. If you need any help in the college, just mention my name. Mention my ass. Are you going to move now or what?" Hajing's face finally turned livid, even turning a little black. No one had ever dared to refuse him in such a way. He laughed out of fury and said, "Ha ha! You have guts. How dare you, a loser who doesn't even have primordial chi fluctuation, talk to me like that? Well, I will teach you some rules that a freshman should follow today." As his voice faded away, the aura of his body suddenly soared, forming a faint pressure that blasted toward Xianxia. Primordial chi? Has Yu Hajing condensed primordial chi and broken through to the origin realm? A cry of surprise sounded in the public area and immediately attracted all eyes. Everyone's face was full of wonder. What an amazing talent! It is said that he only opened the 7th chakra last week. Usually, it would take months to condense primordial chi, and yet, he did it in 7 days. I don't think so. He should still be an apprentice warrior. If he broke through to the warrior realm, his body should have the glow of primordial chi and not just the pressure. Even so, he's simply too awesome. In my opinion, he'll be able to truly step into the origin realm in 10 days at the most. I'm in a good mood today, kid. So I'll just break all your ribs and spare your life. As he listened to the shocked conversation around him, Hajing felt a surge of pride. He wanted to show off his might, especially now that the goddess he wanted to woo was standing behind him. A force began to build up in his fist. Who? He threw his fist out, his arm crackling as if beans were being roasted inside. A mighty gust of wind spread out from the punch as it flew toward Xianxia like a savage tiger. Tiger punch? Not bad. However, this technique is not only about the momentum of a savage tiger, but also about the timing to land a fatal blow. You have the form but lack the essence. Just as everyone broke into a cold sweat for Xianxia, he started commenting on Hajing's attack like a teacher guiding a student. Has this kid lost his mind? How could he still have the mood to mock in the face of a punch thrown out by a peak-level apprentice warrior who has opened 7 chakras? A student said as his eyes grew wide. I don't think he's mocking. Although he's somewhat arrogant, he's got a point, said another student thoughtfully. A student next to them shook his head and said, whether he's got a point or not, how can he dodge a punch from a peak-level apprentice warrior? Unless he has the strength of a warrior, he's going to suffer. Hajing was so angry that he could not help adding more strength to his fist. Initially, he only wanted to wound Xianxia, but he was determined to cripple this posturing brat with the punch now. Ha! Xianxia cried out as he took a step forward and put his hands with fingers bent into claws before his chest, performing a dragon form that opened its mouth widely to devour everything. Everyone seemed to turn into an illusion of a dragon roaring in their ears. Hajing's pupils constricted suddenly. His tiger punch had already covered Xianxiao's whole body and was unavoidable. Yet, he did not expect Xianxia to give him an impression of swallowing the world by just performing a dragon form. Not only had it destroyed the tiger might of his punch, but it also looked like a huge mouth, waiting for him to throw himself in. What is this? Why did I feel like I am a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Hajing was shocked, but he soon calmed down. No matter how weird your move is, I'm a peak-level apprentice warrior, and I can crush you with just my strength alone. Ah! Suddenly a pain came from his arm, and his punch, which he thought could never miss, landed on empty air. At some point, Xianxia had bent his 10 fingers into claws, and instead of retreating, he advanced and clutched the claws on Hajing's arm. Then, a sharp pain stabbed into the latter's mind. What made him even angrier was that the burst of strength on his arm vanished as soon as Xianxia's claws clutched at him, and he could no longer muster any of his strength. Humph! After succeeding with the move, Xianxia threw himself at Hajing and squatted slightly before slamming his right shoulder into the other's chest. Bam! Hajing felt nothing but numbness in his chest and a rush of blood in his throat. He staggered back from the impact and took a few steps before he could stand firmly. Oh well, this body! Xianxia sighed in his heart, greatly dissatisfied with his current body. If he had Hajing's strength, the dragon style would have completely crippled his opponent's arm, and the subsequent slam would have killed him in seconds. But now, he had only caused pain in the latter's arm and numbness in the chest. What happened just now? Did anyone see it clearly? Hajing's punch was powerful enough to crack a boulder, and I even saw a faint light of primordial chi. How could it be defended so easily? How strange. There is no fluctuation of primordial chi on this kid. Could he be an expert who hides his strength? Hajing's face was blank with shock. He still could not figure out what had happened. He could not feel any primordial chi from this brat. Although the move was amazing, it did not come with sufficient strength, or he would have not been simply shaken to the point where his blood started surging. He might have been cautious during normal times, but there stood beside him his goddess at the moment, so he could not lose face at all. Fuming with rage, he roared as he was about to rush over when the girl in a blue dress beside him said, "Senior you, forget it." With a look of shame and indignation on his face, Hajing said, "Lan Duo, give me 5 minutes. I'll cripple this kid and take this chamber for you." Lan Duo shook her head and said, "Never mind, he got the chamber first." Xianxia's eyelids twitched slightly as he blurted out, "It's you." A delicate and beautiful face came into his eyes, causing his thought to flutter slightly. Looking at Xianxia in amazement, Lan Duo said softly, "I can't believe that just because you can't cultivate your strength, you have started cultivating your skills. The resources of the Li family are abundant indeed. That was an excellent move. However, skills without strength are for mere show." Xianxia's expression became a little odd, but he agreed. "You're right." Meanwhile, Hajing's face grew darker. He stared at Lan Duo and asked, "Lan Duo, do you know him?" Instead of answering him, she smiled and said to Xianxia, "So, it's impossible for you to defeat me. The gap between us will only grow larger. In fact, you are the young master of the Li family. So, even if you can't cultivate, you will still have a bright future. Why are you so persistent?" "Young master of the Li family?" Hajing was astonished. "He is that infamous loser of the Li family?" His expression suddenly turned odd. He had heard of Xianxia's reputation, a loser who could never cultivate. Even the grandmasters of the Alchemists Association could do nothing to help him. So that kid is that infamous loser. No wonder I can't feel any primordial chi in him. I see. So he has taken the path of skills. A warrior with amazing skills has a natural advantage in fighting against opponents of the same rank. But no matter how many skills he has mastered, they are useless in the face of an expert whose strength is 10 times greater. Hee. I heard that this good-for-nothing young master of the Li family had crazily wooed Luo Lan Duo before, and was willing to give up only after he had suffered a blow. Well, it doesn't matter how distinguished he is. Without strength, he is just a piece of trash. Luo Lan Duo is a famous beauty, so of course she would never fall for him. Xianxia knew she had misunderstood, and he had a strange feeling in his heart. Before Gu Feiyang's soul had awakened, he did crazily woo her for a period. He still remembered the words she had uttered so decisively. "My husband must be a hero of indomitable spirit, and he will be a guardian of the state. In spite of your distinguished status, you are, after all, a loser who cannot practice martial arts. Defeat me one day, and only then will I give some thought to your proposal." He also remembered what a huge blow those words had brought to him, making him abandon himself even more. But now, he was no longer that simple Li Yunxiao, he was Gu Feiyang. He had met so many peerless beauties in his previous life who had knelt and cried and begged him to accept them. If they were holding hands together, they could even encircle the entire heavenly martial realm twice. For all her delicateness and beauty, Luo Landuo was a far cry from the beauties he had grown tired of seeing in his previous life. As a result, his heart was filled with a weird feeling right now. What? A good-for-nothing young master like him tried to woo you? He truly overestimated himself. Although Hejing had suffered a minor loss, he was in a good mood as soon as he realized that Yunxiao was a wastrel. Yunxiao raised his eyes slightly and gave Hejing a look. The sharp gaze pierced right into Hejing's heart like a blade, causing him to shudder with fear and shut his mouth immediately as beads of cold sweat broke out of his forehead. I think you've misunderstood. Whether I'm a piece of trash or not, I won't fight you. If there's nothing else, I'm going to cultivate. Once he had finished, Yunxiao waved his hand and walked straight into Chamber 013 before closing the door. Landuo was a little taken aback. She narrowed her beautiful eyes as if she was thinking about something. Hejing, on the other hand, widened his eyes as a massive storm surged in his heart. What happened? He's just a piece of trash who can't even open his chakras. But why did I feel cold all over as if I was falling into an abyss when he just glanced at me? Oh heavens, what a glance! He swallowed hard and looked at the closed door of Chamber 013, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Suddenly, he found that he seemed to have developed a sense of fear for Yunxiao, which deprived him of his fighting will when he was facing the other again. For your sake, Landuo, I'll spare him this time. Let's go, Hejing said, still in shock and trying to save whatever face he still had. Landuo nodded as she turned and was about to leave when she suddenly gave a slight pause, then looked at Hejing and said, Senior Yu, what Li Yunxiao said just now is right. Although your tiger punch has great momentum, it's only the form. If you could master its essence, you wouldn't have been caught so easily by him. Hejing's face was lividly mixed with red, his eyes full of shame and anger while his heart harbored an intense hatred for Yunxiao. As soon as Yunxiao entered the cultivating chamber, he glanced about and found it to be a space 100 meters squared in area. It was empty but for the two chunks of black ironstone placed in a corner, each about a meter tall and with the rough shape of a man. They were obviously the targets of martial arts practice, for they were covered in marks from fists and palms, as well as dents and scratches from swords and knives. One of them was badly damaged, having lost its proper shape. These two black iron stones must be over 100 years old. Yunxiao gave them a glance of admiration and ran his hand across their surfaces for a moment. Regardless of time or place, there were always warriors who were not afraid of hardship, who poured in all their effort in cultivating as they advanced along the path of the strong. Ha! He gave a low cry. Now is not the time to be emotional about these things. I must regain my strength as soon as possible. As long as I unclog my meridians and condense primordial qi, I reckon I will return to the peak of the 9 heavens realm in 10 years. From the condensation of primordial qi to the peak of the 9 heavens realm, no matter how genius an individual was, it would take at least 100 years to achieve it. No one but Gu Feiyang would dare to make such a statement even if they were the reincarnations of martial sovereigns, because he was not only a conferred martial sovereign, but also a 9th-tier sovereign-grade alchemist. A rapid crackle rang out from within him as his body bent backward in an incredible pose. His hands and feet joined to form a perfect circle, and then his muscles and bones began to transform subtly. In addition to the great pain, there was a strange force flowing back and forth within him. It was different from the primordial qi he used to know. The force that flowed through his muscles and blood vessels was a pure physical force. Pa! After enduring for the span of 7 breaths, he finally lost his grip and was bounced off the wall. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his head left reeling. However, there was a smile on his sorry-looking face. Ha ha! Under 10 times the gravity, the effect of the moon and sun style really doubled. In less than 3 days, I will be able to attain the physique of an apprentice warrior. And at that time, I'll have at least 60% chances of success in breaking through my meridians. Just as Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion, the news that he had defeated Yu Hajing with one move had spread through the entire tenfold gravity zone. Everyone was pondering over the matter. Although he had the suspicion of resorting to advanced martial skills, the fact that he had defeated a peak-level apprentice warrior who had opened 7 chakras with the physique of an ordinary man still deeply shocked those who heard it, and even overturned the perception of some apprentice warriors. The students who were there at the time all gained something after much reflection, and Li Yunxiao's figure was imprinted on their minds. Landuo and Hajing left the gravity zone a day later. However, as Hajing was leaving, he stared venomously at the door of Chamber 013, wishing he could swallow the man inside. 3 days later, the door of Chamber 013 finally opened, and a man covered in blood walked out of it. The students waiting for their chambers in the public area were all horrified. Who was this man? His face was unkempt, but when the other students left here, they were no less messy. The question was that not only did he look miserable, his entire body was covered in blood, making him look extremely terrible. A thick layer of hardened blood covered the surface of his body like a suit of bloody armor, sticking out like a sore thumb, and from his body came wafting out a pungent smell of sweat and blood, causing all the students to feel their stomachs churning, while some female students even started to vomit as they could not stand it. Apart from the pair of bright eyes, he did not look like a man at all. Under the horrified glances of the crowd, Xianxia walked straight into the teleportation array and disappeared from the tenfold gravity zone. What no one noticed was that when he first arrived here, he had to pause after every step while panting. But when he left, he looked relaxed as if he was walking on flat ground. Who was that? I can't believe he tortured himself until he looked like a ghost. Did he have to work so hard? You don't know? If I remember correctly, that was Li Yunxiao, who had defeated Yu Hajing with one move. What? It's him. TSK. No wonder he can defeat a peak-level apprentice warrior even though his meridians are all clogged up. So, he has been cultivating so desperately. Hee. That's the power of love. Luo Landuo promised him that she would give him a chance to woo her if he could defeat her. Humph. Luo Landuo is pretty, but with his status as the Li family's young master, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to have a few beautiful girls of the same rank, right? Who knows? But no matter how hard he tries, he can never defeat Luo Landuo. Regardless of how advanced his martial skills are, he is only a clown in the face of absolute power. Indeed, Luo Landuo is one of the top 5 experts among all the freshmen. I heard that she reached the Origin Realm last month and became a real warrior. Stop lamenting and start cultivating hard. Young man, a loser and a girl have already surpassed us. Ah! Suddenly a cry of alarm echoed out. Everyone looked up and saw the student who was about to enter Chamber 013 standing before the door with a blank face. The puzzled crowd went over to the chamber, and what they saw instantly darkened their faces. A black ironstone target in the cultivation chamber had completely broken into 2, with its upper part lying on the ground. And on the ground was a terrifying mass of blood. Everyone's heart gave a hard jerk. Is this guy still a human being? Yunxiao's appearance in the gravity-cultivating hall at the next moment was no less shocking. But the uproar soon calmed down, and all the students who saw him smiled bitterly. His cruel cultivation had provoked them, as if someone had given each one of them a shot in the arm, causing them to immediately double their original cultivating program. Yunxiao finally realized that his current look had attracted too much unwanted attention, so he immediately took a set of clean clothes out of his storage ring and put it on, then walked quickly back to his dormitory. The effect of the tyrant body tempering technique was indeed overwhelming, but the pain it brought was unbearable for any average individual. Yunxiao had almost every inch of his skin and muscle torn apart, and every pore seeped with blood. By the time he got to the end of the cultivation, he had almost fainted with pain and was only holding on with his instincts. Every expert who had become a martial sovereign through cultivation was not ordinary. They had all endured 100 times more hardships than average people before they achieved a result that was 100 times greater. There was never a shortcut to the path of the strong. Xiao took a shower as soon as he got back to his dormitory. His skin, which was scarred and terrifying to look at, turned out to be as smooth as jade, without a trace of a scar. And between his movements, he clearly felt a force he had long lost. Although it was still very weak, he was very satisfied with it. It is truly the #1 body tempering technique under the heavens, for it has given me a body that is stronger than the one cleansed with a 9th-grade spirit medicine. Now, with the physique of an apprentice warrior, I can start experimenting with some simple concoctions. As long as I can produce some low-level medicinal pills, my cultivation speed can be further accelerated. The strength of an alchemist depended on the strength of the soul, but many basic refinements required some physical strength before they could be carried out. He was thinking of buying some herbs and refining tools when he suddenly felt a chill in the back of his head. Someone was throwing a punch at him. He snorted coldly and reached a hand behind his back without so much as looking, grabbing toward the incoming attack. Pa! A burst of force slammed him in the palm as he closed his fingers tightly and did a backflip, his right hand turning 360 degrees along with his body. Ka! 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 The air rang with a bone-cracking sound, accompanied by a loud scream. Young Master Yun! It's me! Ah! My arm! Only then did Xiao see who the person was, and was stunned. Fatty Han. Hanbai winced in pain as he looked at his arm, which was so twisted that it appeared like a braid dough, and said sadly, Young Master Yun, my arm is crippled. Serves you right. Who asked you to sneak up on me? Xiao said crossly. Count yourself lucky that I've merely broken your bone into 7 pieces. Go to the infirmary later and get some milkvetch root and flour. Mix them together and apply the mixture on your arm. You'll be all right in a few days. I saw you were a little odd last time, so I wanted to test you out. It was then that Hanbai said incredulously, Young Master Yun, your strength, could it be that? Xiao shook his head and said, I haven't opened my chakras yet. What do you want from me? Hanbai's eyes grew wide as he said disappointedly, You've become so strong, and yet you haven't opened your chakras? Where have you been hiding these days? Teacher Luo is looking for you everywhere. What does this little girl want from me? Is she going to send me to the gravity chamber? Xiao said indifferently. Hanbai broke out in a cold sweat. Little girl. Young Master Yun, you're not losing your mind, are you? If you want to die, just say it. One more thing, you might be in big trouble. Lan Fei's gone these days too, and I heard that he's cultivating in seclusion to break into the origin realm. You've crippled Du Feng and Luo Jie, so he'll be looking for you first when he gets out. Xiao glanced at Hanbai, who looked worried, and smiled. Just calm down. It's just the origin realm. It's just the origin realm? Hanbai said with anger and frustration. Do you know what the origin realm means? It means an individual has condensed primordial qi and become a real warrior. There's a big difference between warriors and us apprentice warriors. Chunjun, Princess Ruxue and I have been worrying about you for days, but look at you. It's just the origin realm. Huh? Heh! Xiao smiled faintly. So what if Lan Fei became a real warrior? He was not even fit to lick his shoes. Even though he had no cultivation base at the moment, he would not take a mere warrior to heart. Whether it was Yu Hejing or Lan Fei, they were no different from 3-year-old kids in his eyes. I'm going to buy something, but I'm short of money. Lend me some. Although Xiao was the young master of the Li family, he had long been excluded from the family, and his pocket money was not much. Therefore, compared with other young masters, he was very poor. Hanbai widened his eyes as he said in surprise, Are you really not worried at all? There are over 3,000 freshmen in our intake, but only about 30 have made the breakthrough so far and become warriors. Those who do make it, even in the poverty-stricken classes, are considered the best students. The students in their class were all children of dignitaries, so they habitually called other classes poverty-stricken classes. But the overall strength of their class was also the worst among the rest, so other classes were calling their class trash-stricken class. Oh, I'm worried. But it's no use worrying. How much money do you have now? Lend me it all and I'll pay you back some other time. Young Master Yun, I can feel that you've changed a lot. I got to hand it to you. Han Bai produced his bag of holding and poured out a pile of gold coins. There are about 200 or 300 gold coins here, enough to last you a year. Without standing on ceremony, Yun Xiao put away all the gold coins. Although not much, I'll make do with it. He picked up one and threw it to Han Bai. Go and buy medicine. Your arm must be covered with the medicinal paste within 24 hours, or it will really become crippled. Startled, Han Bai hurriedly turned and ran away with the gold coin. But he had barely reached the door when a loud bang suddenly rang out, and his fat body was subsequently thrown flying back. He left a trail of blood in the air before falling on the ground next to Yun Xiao's feet, where he passed out. There was a distinct footprint on his bulging belly. You piece of trash who have no idea of death or danger. A cold snort came from outside the door, and then a shadow was thrown over, falling next to Fatty Han. The man was covered in blood, his face swollen like a winter melon as he groaned in pain while being sprawled on the ground, muttering something that could not be understood. Yun Xiao stared at him for a while before he recognized the man as Chun Jin. Li Yun Xiao, how dare you touch my men? Today, I'm going to cripple you completely. More than a dozen people rushed in through the door, led by none other than Lan Fei. He walked proudly ahead, his energy rising with every step. By the time he came up to Yun Xiao, a bright light shone out of him, making him look mighty. It was the light of primordial qi, the sign of a warrior. Boss, you have really become a warrior. You must avenge me. Du Feng, who was behind Lan Fei, cried loudly. His crotch was bulging as if he had put a wash basin inside, apparently with too many bandages on it which had not been removed. Luo Jie, who stood beside him, wore a pale face, his eyes blazing with murderous rage and body trembling with anger. Why do you glow all over when you have just stepped into the origin realm? Do you think you are a luminous pearl? Yun Xiao leaned over to glance at Han Bai and Chen Jin's injury. He was relieved when he saw that they were not in danger of dying even though they looked badly wounded. Still, his eyes were already flickering with killing intent. And the two of you, it's been only 3 days since I last saw you. How come your voices have changed? Oh, where are your beards? The remark hit Du Feng right in his weak spot and made him cough out a mouthful of blood with anger before he roared wildly. Kill him! Kill him! Boss, you must kill him for me. There was a shrill note in his voice like that of a woman, which made all who heard it shiver uncontrollably, their foreheads covered with beads of cold sweat. Lan Fei shivered as well and subconsciously moved aside a little before pointing at Yun Xiao and snapping. Are you going to kneel and kowtow yourself? Or you want me to break your limbs and cripple you completely? Yun Xiao was a loser he could bully at will. But there was a lot more to consider if he were to kill the other. After all, killing him was equal to slapping the Li family in the face, which would completely tear apart the superficial peace between the two families. The consequences of such an action were unpredictable. So, Lan Fei had come with the thought of crippling and humiliating Yun Xiao for what he had done to Du Feng. You want to cripple me? Yun Xiao's eyes went cold, and a burst of energy suddenly spread from him. Although it did not have the pressure like that of primordial qi, there seemed to be an unspeakable aura condensed in the air that made the group of people, including Lan Fei, feel sick all over as sweat broke out of their palms. It has been a long, long time since I've heard such an arrogant statement. What's going on? Why do I have this shivering feeling? Lan Fei was utterly shocked, and a sense of fear began to spread through him. He mustered his courage with a furious roar, and a black iron sword appeared in his hand within the next moment. Without saying another word, he brought the sword down toward Yun Xiao. The sense of fear was so inexplicable that it set his nerves on the edge. He was worried that if he did not act decisively, he would not have the courage to strike again. The feeling was akin to standing on a small boat, facing the stormy waves that could sweep the world. How could I have such a feeling? This is absurd. He immediately cleared his mind of all distractions and put all his strength into his arms. Decisive, unambiguous. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yunxiao nodded approvingly. Then, a black iron sword similarly appeared in his hand, and he lightly placed it sideways across his chest. It was a casual move, but it kept Lan Fei's attack at bay. "You dare to tease me? You're looking for death." Upon hearing Yunxiao's comment, Lan Fei flew into a rage, and his face flushed red with fury. At the same time, he added more strength to his hands, and even a trace of primordial qi he had used to protect his meridians was poured directly into the iron sword. Clang! The two swords clashed together violently and sent out many sparks. A great force came down from the blade and cracked Yunxiao's palms, numbing his arms and knocking him backward. But he did not lose his balance. He managed to keep his feet on the ground as the force pushed him back for a few steps before he stabilized himself. Meanwhile, a deep cut was left on his black iron sword. "You blocked my attack. How is this even possible?" Lan Fei's eyes widened, and he was distracted momentarily. Even if he were still an apprentice warrior, there was no way that Yunxiao could block the attack he had unleashed with 120% of his strength, let alone the fact that he was a warrior now. Could it be that this piece of trash had opened his chakras? But why couldn't he feel any primordial qi fluctuation from him? He was not the only one shocked. The dozen or so people standing behind him were all staring at the scene with wide eyes, their feet rooted to the ground. Swallowing down a mouthful of warm blood that had rushed to his throat, Yunxiao guffawed and said, "Ha ha! This is so satisfying. It has been a long time since I fought with all my strength. Although my current situation is a little strange, your attack is really satisfying. Come. Let me give you a few more pointers. How arrogant." Lan Fei was so mad that his neck turned red. Fuming madly, he suppressed the shock in his head and lifted his sword. A stream of primordial qi bloomed across the blade as he leaped forward and brought the sword down. Passing Cloud Slash, a martial technique. It was the secret martial technique of the Lan family, the passing cloud sword technique. The eyes of those behind him were filled with shock, and Du Feng was so excited that he screamed in a shrill voice. "The sword moves like a passing cloud. It's the passing cloud sword technique. This kid is dead." Unlike those commonly found martial techniques, the Lan family's passing cloud sword technique could only be cultivated by warriors. As Lan Fei injected his primordial qi, the sword instantly glowed like a sun, so bright that no one could stare at it. He had been cultivating this technique constantly since he was a peak-level apprentice warrior. Now that he had made the breakthrough and become a warrior, he could finally unleash all its power. His confidence soared as soon as he used it. "I'm a real one-star warrior now. Let's see how you are going to block my attack." The passing cloud sword technique emphasizes on moving the sword like passing clouds, unobstructed, so that the strike will land on the target as intended. "What are you doing? You're holding a glowing sword like a candle. I couldn't even have told this was the passing cloud sword technique if you hadn't shouted it out." Yunxiao's comment infuriated Lan Fei so much that he almost coughed up blood. "I've had enough of your nonsense. Die now." The glowing sword slashed down and was about to devour Yunxiao when he lightly lifted his sword and pointed it out casually. "Count yourself lucky to have my advice," he said. Clang! A crisp noise rang out, and the blinding glow faded away instantly. Then, a black sword flew whistling through the air and stabbed into the ceiling with a thud. A faint stream of primordial qi rushed through the blade into Yunxiao's body. He snorted coldly in his heart and twisted his body into a strange pose. A great pain washed him over in the next instant, but was soon dissolved under the pose. The whole room was silent. Thud! Lan Fei was rooted to the ground, looking blankly at his palms which had been torn apart, so he did not see Yunxiao's foot coming. All he felt was an intense pain in his chest, and then he was knocked flying backward, coughing blood along the way. How is this even possible? Everyone's mind was frozen as their mouths hung wide open and felt all the muscles in their necks getting stiffened. Meanwhile, Lan Fei's head was completely blank. It was only until he felt a chill in his crotch that he saw Yunxiao holding a sword in front of him, with the sharp blade less than 3 inches from his manhood. realizing that he would be completely finished if Xiao slightly twisted the hand. His legs trembled with fear as he growled in both shock and fury. What are you doing? Do you really dare to touch me? Xiao's eyes flashed with contempt as he said in disdain. Oh, I dare not. I'm so scared. Your blow has numbed my arms, and I worry that I can't hold the sword still. You see, my hand is shaking now. As if keeping up with his words, his right hand began to shake. The blade moved back and forth in front of Lan Fei's crotch, causing his legs to tremble violently while a smell of urine filled the air. No, no, move the sword away, he shouted while almost crying. Move away. Xiao's eyes turned cold. I'm too lazy to settle the previous score with you, but you've injured Fatty Han and Skinny Chan this time, and even tried to kill me. Now, tell me, how am I going to swallow the resentment if I don't cut off your manhood? No, no, please, I beg you. I'll do anything you say. Please be merciful. Lan Fei cried out, frightened out of his wits. After all, he was only a 15-year-old teenager, so his arrogance and courage were instantly gone at the prospect of losing his manhood. The dozens of students present, too, were all teenagers of apprentice warrior level. Although they had witnessed their boss, who was so lofty and mighty during normal times, lay wailing on the ground like a weakling and even peeing his pants, none of them thought of him a disgrace. Any man would be scared out of his wits in such a situation. A man without his manhood was better dead than alive. Especially when they stole glances at Du Feng and Luo Jie. Their faces turned extremely pale and they all stood where they were, not daring to make a sound. Since a warrior was no match for Xiao, they would be doomed as well, even if they attacked him together. If Xiao were still in his previous life, he would have cut off the manhoods of these people. But his identity was different now and his strength was weak. Lan Fei was only a newly promoted warrior and had no experience, which was why he could defeat the latter easily. He would not have the slightest chance of victory if he were facing another experienced warrior, or even a martial master. If you want to keep your manhood, just pay me some money. Money? Yes, yes. I have money. Lan Fei felt as if he had grabbed a lifeline. He hurried to remove the storage ring from his finger, but the more anxious he became, the more he could not get it off. Don't bother, Xiao said as his sword flashed. Amidst Lan Fei's miserable scream, a trail of blood streaked across the air, and both his finger and the ring flew straight up. Xiao caught the ring and swept it with his divine sense. Only then did he put it away with satisfaction. What are you looking at? And you, if you want to keep your manhoods, you know what you should do. As Xiao glanced at the crowd, everyone was taken aback, and they quickly took off their storage rings and handed them to him. Lan Fei put his hand over his severed finger and calmed down a little. Can we leave now? Just then, Xiao's eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a jade pendant hanging from Lan Fei's waist. His heart skipped a beat, and with a flick of his sword, the pendant flew straight into his hand. His eyes flickered with surprise as he said faintly, "This is a nice jade pendant. It is mine now." Lan Fei's face fell as he said hurriedly, "I can give you anything, but not this jade pendant." His heart gave a jerk when he saw Xiao glaring coldly at him. "It's the protective jade pendant passed down from generation to generation in my family," he explained in panic. "There are only 5 of them, each kept by the core member of the Lan family. Nothing but a symbol of status. It's of no use to you, but of great importance to me." He was so anxious that beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. If he lost this thing, his family would surely skin him alive. Xiao's face grew cold as he lifted the sword and said, "Their things are too few, not enough to buy their manhoods. I can give you back the pendant, but I'll cut off their manhoods. Or, give me the pendant, and they can leave with their manhoods. It's up to you." The group of teenagers was frightened, and they all looked anxiously at Lan Fei. Lan Fei's face turned extremely unsightly. According to his heart, his jade pendant was, of course, more important. But the dozen of people who followed him here were the children of families attached to the Lan family, and a few of them were direct descendants. If he chose the jade pendant and caused these people to have their manhoods cut off by Xiao, he probably would not be able to lift his head again. "Boss!" Shang Guanqing could not help shouting when he saw Lan Fei hesitating. With a livid face, Lan Fei finally said in a deep voice, "Although this jade pendant is of great importance to me, it's nothing compared to my brother's. Let's go." He waved a hand, trying his best to make himself look carefree. However, both his crotch and pants were wet, and his face flushed purple with shame. Still posturing? A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he swung his sword over from sideway. A beam of cold light pierced through the air like lightning, pointing straight at Lan Fei's throat. To his horror, Lan Fei found that he was locked by an almost tangible murderous air that he could not avoid, and the icy cold air penetrated directly into his body. For the first time in 15 years, he truly felt death. He screamed in dread and reached out a hand to his side almost instinctively. Without thinking, he clutched at Shang Guanqing, who was closest to him, and dragged him in front of him. Startled, Shang Guanqing tried to struggle, but was no match for Lan Fei, who was already a warrior of the Origin realm. As a result, he was used as a shield. All of a sudden, the sword stopped in the air, and then Yunxiao made an arc with it before withdrawing it. With a faint smile, he said, "I was only joking with you. You may leave now." "You!" Lan Fei was so angry that he nearly vomited blood while Shang Guanqing was pale all over with fear, his legs shaking as a smell of urine wafted out of his crotch. Lan Fei's face darkened as he saw Shang Guanqing looking at him with a gloomy expression, his head bowed and not saying a word. That made his heart almost burst with rage. The Shangguan family was the largest family attached to his family, and Shang Guanqing was their direct descendant, his biggest help in the future. But he knew that from this moment on, this help had not only been lost, but very likely become the enemy on his way to the throne of the family head. Not daring to speak another word, he rushed out of Yunxiao's dormitory, his eyes blazing with rage. He did not want to stay here for another minute. Those who followed him here shut their mouths as they left after him with bowed heads. Yunxiao took out the jade pendant and examined it for a while before he said happily, "Great! This is indeed the 5-colored divine air stone." Then, he put away the pendant and looked up at the ceiling as he sneered, "It's about time for you to show yourself after looking for so long." After the span of a few breaths, a noise rang out from the ceiling as Jia Rong, dressed in black clothes, descended down. Once he landed on the ground, he stared at Yunxiao with a complicated look, his eyes filled with incredulity. "Did you enjoy it? Have you gathered everything I wanted?" Yunxiao said lightly. Jia Rong wore a serious expression. He had witnessed everything just now. However, he could not tell how Yunxiao defeated Lan Fei. He had originally planned to sneak in here and restrain this teenager first, before forcing out the cure. But now he dared not to do that. Although he was a mid-tier warrior, he did not have the slightest confidence in defeating Yunxiao, let alone capturing him alive. "I've only gathered 6 sets. It's just that some of the herbs are too rare, so I could only found 6 sets even though I've searched through the entire Alchemists Association." "6 sets? Fine. Give them to me now." Now that Yunxiao had the 5-color divine airstone, his chances of unclogging his meridians were almost at 100%, so he was in a good mood. Pointing to Han Bai and Chun Zhen, who were still lying on the ground, he said, "Heal them both first." Jia Rong was handing over a storage bag when he heard that, and his face flickered instantly as he growled, "What do you think I am? Do you really think you can order me at will?" Yunxiao stared coldly at him and said, "If you are not happy, you can scram now." Jia Rong was so angry that his scalp went numb. With his prestigious status, how could a kid be slaving him around and telling him what he should do? But beggars couldn't be choosers, especially when his life and future were at stake. Helplessly, he leaned over and inspected their injuries, then took out 2 pale yellow pills from his ring and shoved them into their mouths. "It's done," he said. "Well, it's also about time to tell me the cure. I've done all your bidding, and you will never command me again." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and assumed a harmless look. "You've no idea how many people have wailed and begged to be commanded by me. I bet you'll ask me to do that later." Jia Rong's face fell as he cried out angrily. So, you were lying to me? Yun Xiao snorted coldly. Who do you think I am? How would I lie to a mere first-tier alchemist like you? With a wave of his hand, a piece of paper pierced through the air, flying straight out. Jia Rong was infuriated. What did he mean by a mere first-tier alchemist? Any alchemist was noble and influential. As he caught the paper between his fingers, his face grew serious. The force that came with it was stronger than he had imagined. With a gloomy expression, he glanced at the paper, and what he read immediately put color on his face as he put it away hastily. Although he could not be 100% certain that the contents of the paper were accurate with his knowledge, he could roughly tell that Yun Xiao had not lied to him. Now that I've gotten what I was promised, we are even. Jia Rong turned and was about to leave. This young man was too odd. He could not see through him at all. He had originally planned to avenge the humiliation he had suffered last time, but there was a vague sense of dread in his heart now, which made him feel that he should avoid stirring up further trouble. His life and future were of paramount importance after all. The prescription can remove the toxin of both the Hell Windstone and Bloodfame Orchid from your body without leaving behind any side effects, Yun Xiao said unhurriedly. But, during this period when you were being corroded by the toxin, did you feel the power of your soul getting weaker every time you crafted, and it seems to be regressing? Jia Rong's body froze instantly. Hee. When an alchemist's soul power is exhausted, it recovers at least 10 times slower than a warrior's primordial qi. But, making up for the regression of soul power is 100 times slower than cultivating it normally. You haven't been corroded by the toxin for long, but with your talent, it will take at least 20 to 30 years if you want to get back to your original realm, and your chances of making a breakthrough and become a first-tier alchemist are slim. Well, I don't want to deal you too heavy a blow. If you are lucky, you still have hope to achieve that in 50 years. Jia Rong's face turned horribly pale. He knew all these things. The reason why alchemists enjoyed such a high status was that the cultivation of soul power was extremely difficult, and it was almost impossible to recover after retrogression. He was already within a certain distance of being a first-tier alchemist, and if he were to break through to that level, it would be 50 years later, which required a stroke of good luck as well. If his luck was bad, he might end up as a senior apprentice alchemist for the rest of his life. What do you mean by all this? Oh, I don't mean anything. I just happen to know a way of making you a real first-tier alchemist in 50 days. 50 days? Jia Rong's body gave a jerk as if he was electrocuted, and his eyes grew wide. How is that possible? You lie to me. Even if his soul power did not regress, he was not sure that he could make the breakthrough and become a first-tier alchemist in 50 days. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk and used the Hell Wind Stone. Yun Xiao's face darkened as he scoffed coldly. Who do you think you are to be worthy of me lying to you? Jia Rong was stunned, and he could no longer move anymore. He was very suspicious of Yun Xiao's words, but becoming an alchemist was too great of a temptation for him to give up, so he immediately yielded and said, I beg your pardon, I was too shocked. Are you sure you can help me recover my soul power in 50 days? Yun Xiao raised his index finger and shook it. It's not about recovering your soul power, he snorted coldly. It's about making you a real first-tier alchemist. Actually, I can do it in 5 days, but you're not worth it. Jia Rong swallowed hard. What do you need from me so that you can help me? Be my servant, Yun Xiao said, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Impossible. Jia Rong's pupils constricted abruptly as his face fell and he said furiously, You're just an ignorant kid, and yet you want to make an alchemist your servant. How arrogant. Yun Xiao sat quietly in a wooden chair, a natural aura emanating from him. With a gleam of scorn in his eyes, he said coldly, If it wasn't for my lack of strength right now, do you think you are qualified to be my servant? Even so, you are only qualified to be my servant for 50 days. After that, I want you to get out of my sight. Jia Rong's mind went blank with shock. Those words had made his head go numb, but he did not look angry at all. The undisguised contempt and condescension in this brat's eyes were not fake at all but natural, as if he really did not deserve to be his servant. Oh heavens! What the hell is going on? Who is this brat? A lunatic? But if he's a lunatic, how is he able to tell my problem with just a glance, and even has a way to solve it? I've searched through the whole Alchemists Association, but couldn't find a solution. Do you feel aggrieved about being my servant? Yunxiao's faint voice drifted over. What rubbish! Of course I feel aggrieved. Jia Rong was scolding in his heart when a strange golden light suddenly flashed in Yunxiao's eyes. In that instant, his pupils dilated dramatically, and a tremendous sense of fear washed him over. It was a fear coming directly from the depths of his soul, like the innate awe for the deities one was born with. Bam! He could no longer stand still. His knees dropped straight on the floor paved with bluestones, his body drenched in cold sweat, while a pressure on his soul deterred him from lifting his head again. What's going on? What the hell is going on? How could a kid have such a mighty soul pressure? Who the hell is he? Jia Rong was utterly dumbfounded. In fact, he was not only dumbfounded, but also frightened, his heart filled with a deep sense of dread. The contempt and condescension at the soul level made him feel as if his soul would be torn to pieces with only the slightest thought of Yunxiao. It was like a superior warrior could kill an apprentice warrior with a pinch of his finger. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Are you willing or not? Willing or not willing? If he accepted it, he might rise to the top, and if Arduous refused, he might regret it for the rest of his life. I'm willing. Jia Rong clenched his teeth as if all his strength had gone into saying these few words. But as soon as he had finished, he felt a sudden release and collapsed in a state of prostration. Even then, his heart became extremely comfortable, as if he had just accomplished a great thing perfectly and splendidly. It shocked him, too. A glimmer of a smile flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he said, "Not bad. You are quite decisive. You will know in the future how lucky you were to have made this decision today. Now that you have recognized me as your master, I'll naturally not mistreat you." He flicked his finger and shot out a sheet of paper. Cultivate according to the method on it. If you can't make the breakthrough and become a first-tier alchemist in 5 days, that means you have a poor aptitude, and you are not qualified to be my servant. If that is the case, you needn't come to see me again. Jia Rong's eyes were filled with shock. He took the paper, and as soon as he looked at the contents, he jumped up and screamed as if he was struck by lightning. A soul cultivation technique! It's nothing but the trashiest soul cultivation technique. Yunxiao gave a light snort and said indifferently, "But it's enough to get you back on your feet in 5 days and become a first-tier alchemist." The sheet of paper seemed to be full of magic. Looking at it, Jia Rong began to tremble violently, and his body, which was exhausted of all energy, jumped up again as if he was given a shot in the arm. With extreme excitement in both eyes, he said, "A soul cultivation technique. I can't believe this is a soul cultivation technique. Mama's master is this real?" He struggled to utter the word master, but when he did, the extreme grievance and shame he had felt in his heart were instantly vanished, leaving nothing but excitement. Yunxiao frowned. "Just call me young Master Yun. Yes, it's real. But as I said, it's nothing but the trashiest soul cultivation technique. So long as you render good service, I won't be stingy to reward you. You may go now, and I'll look for you in the Alchemists Association if I need anything." "Yes, young Master Yun." Jia Rong pulled out an exquisite jade box while trembling and placed the paper in it before carefully putting it in his storage ring. Then he bowed to Yunxiao and took his leave. The most important part of the alchemist's cultivation was to nourish the soul power, but the only way for common alchemists to increase it was through constant crafting. Only then could the soul power increase at a very slow rate. Legends had it that in the field of alchemy there existed ways to refine the soul power directly. However, these methods had only been described sporadically in some classics, and it was a mystery whether they really existed. Jia Rong had never imagined that he could actually get his hands on something like this one day. As soon as he left the academy, he felt the sky was clear and bright, and his heart filled with joy and excitement. Just who is this young Master Yun? He must have used the legendary soul-confusing technique on me just now. I can't believe he has actually mastered such a mystic art. Jia Rong was, after all, an alchemist, so he immediately understood why he had a shivering sense just now. An ordinary child could never possess such a terrible soul pressure. And the soul-cultivating technique. How could he give away such a precious thing as if it were something that could be found on the street? No one in the state of Tianshui, not even the imperial family, would be as generous as him. Anyway, with this technique alone, it's not a loss for me to be his servant for a few years. His mind began to balance, and he even felt that he had taken a great advantage. The value of this thing was beyond measure. Even his life would be in danger if others knew about it. So, he took great care to hide himself while he hurried back to the alchemist's tower. Yunxiao sat in his chair, absorbed in his reflections. If it were not for his lack of strength, he would not have taken Jia Rong as his servant. Moreover, his soul power had suffered great damage after using the soul-confusing technique. Unfortunately, my soul power was greatly weakened after my rebirth. Otherwise, I would not have gone to so much trouble to deal with a mere first-tier alchemist. After his rebirth, his soul power was not even as strong as an ordinary first-tier alchemist. Just now, he had only used a soul-confusing mystic art to momentarily stun Jia Rong. If the latter came to his senses, he would certainly find that something was wrong, so he took out a soul-cultivating technique and gave it to him. This was called, hit you with a stick and then give you a bun. Otherwise, no matter how trashy a soul-cultivating technique was, it was still priceless, and he would never give it to someone so easily. Yunxiao sat down cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed while a golden script began to appear in his mind. It was all undecipherable text that looked like tadpoles, flickering and vanishing repeatedly in his head. However, no matter how he contemplated over it, he could not make the complete script appear in his mind. After his soul had awakened, it was only a matter of time before he became one of the strongest men of the generation. But Yunxiao's goal was more than that. He wanted to become an existence beyond his previous life. He wanted to make a breakthrough into the legendary realm. His greatest reliance now came not from the memory of his past life or the tyrant body tempering technique, but from a soul cultivation technique he had discovered in Tiandang Mountains just before his death. The Great Expansion Divine Technique. He had never heard of this soul-cultivating technique, and its contents were beyond his imagination. He believed that the reason why his soul was able to be reborn must have something to do with it. In fact, the voice that rang in his mind as he recovered the memory of his past life was reading the text of this divine technique. Cultivators on the heavenly martial continent were basically divided into martial cultivators and alchemy cultivators. The former mainly focused on the cultivation of qi, while a small number of them specialized in the cultivation of flesh, the so-called common warriors. The latter focused mainly on the cultivation of the soul, and they were precisely the alchemists. Each of the three corresponded to the spirit, energy, and soul of a human respectively, and no matter which one reached the peak, an individual could become a mighty figure who shook the entire continent. But, as a martial cultivator who had already cultivated his energy and soul to the level of sovereign, Yunxiao knew the importance of complementarity between the three very well. All of the few strongest conferred martial sovereigns in the world had cultivated two of the three to the peak, which made them far stronger than the other existences. It was only after he was trapped at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens realm that he realized how the strength of his flesh had prevented him from making further breakthroughs, which drove him to get his hands on the tyrant body tempering technique. Only when the body, qi, and soul reached the peak at the same time could he make a spurt toward the legendary Ten Worlds realm. Now that I have the Great Expansion Divine Technique, I will definitely be able to cultivate my soul power to the peak of the sovereign realm. Coupled with Tyrant's body tempering technique, when all three are fused as one, I can then make a breakthrough into the Ten Worlds divine realm and become invincible. A glimmer of bright light flashed in his eyes as he seemed to be looking through layers of space at the end of the boundless void. I can craft at least 13 divine needles with this piece of 5-color divine air stone, which is enough to arouse the potential of my current body and allow me to unclog my meridians. He settled down and began to circulate the Great Expansion Divine Technique. His damaged soul power was recovering at a terrifying rate, and it soon reached the peak level of an apprentice alchemist. Although a little short from the level of a first-tier alchemist, it's enough for me to craft the divine needles and concoct the potion. When he had placed Han Bai and Chen Zhen in a safe place, he made his way toward the training room. The training room equipped with the single dormitory was constructed with extremely tough diamond rock, which was not only difficult to be destroyed by ordinary warriors, but also had an excellent sound insulating effect. From the material Jiarong gave him, Yunxiao took out an ingredient called purple gold sand, slapped it into a powder form with both hands, and used it to draw a pentacle-shaped array on the ground. When he was done, a strange force began to emanate from the array. After that, he placed the 5-color divine air stone on the ground, then took out the black sword and struck it down with all his might. With a boom, the stone shattered into countless tiny pieces. A trace of golden light flashed across his brows before a stream of invisible soul power rippled out, wrapping all the tiny pieces of stone and bringing them above the array. As if pulled by the force of the array, those tiny pieces of stone began to slowly quiver, and the frequency became higher and higher over time. Yunxiao carefully controlled their rhythm with his soul power, allowing them to jump in a certain manner. If anyone had been here to watch the whole process, he would have been left aghast. Yunxiao was so different from the average alchemists in his drawing of the array, refining of the stone, and use of soul power, that it was simply incomprehensible. His rich experience from the previous life had made up for his lack of strength. Something that only a first-tier alchemist could craft was done with the strength of a senior apprentice alchemist by him. The tiny fragments of the divine stone started to crackle like fried beans over the array, and soon melted into a viscous form before coalescing. As a large amount of white dust drifted out of it, the color of the liquid became brighter and more striking. He had actually incorporated the step of purification directly into the refining process. If this were to be witnessed by those from the Alchemists Association, their jaws would surely drop to the ground. Condense! Yunxiao faintly shouted out a word and lightly pointed his index finger at the void in front of him. At the word and the gesture, the extracted energy essence over the array instantly condensed into 13 tiny needles, their surfaces reflecting colorful light which made them look extremely gorgeous. 13 glittering needles fell gently into his hand. However, he did not bother to take a look at them, and just put them straight into his ring. Next, I'll begin concocting the potion that cleanses the marrow and meridians. He took out more than a dozen glass vessels of varying sizes and heights, and placed them in a row on the ground. Then, he pulled out a large bottle of a red, pungent liquid from his storage bag, and poured it into each vessel. It was the blood of some demon beast. After all this, Yunxiao took a sharp breath and quickly took various ingredients out of his storage bag as his eyes flashed with a bright gleam, placing them in separate vessels. Soon, different reactions began to appear in each vessel. Various gases emerged from different vessels, and the liquid inside boiled with colorful bubbles. Yunxiao spread out his soul power, keeping the process of all reactions under the watch of his divine sense. He was constantly adding ingredients to different vessels to counteract the drastic reaction. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang without an end. Unable to withstand the violent reactions, the vessels were finally blown apart, sending colorful streams of liquid straight into the air like a fountain. Come! With a wave of his hand, an exquisite crystal vessel appeared out of nowhere and danced in midair. Then a total of 9 streams of liquid fell accurately into it. Next, he grabbed the vessel and began to shake it. 9 liquids of different colors quickly fused together to form a dark green solution that swirled quietly in the vessel. The whole process lasted for about an hour. Because of the excessive consumption of his soul power, Yunxiao's face and forehead were covered with a thick layer of sweat, and his entire body was soaked in sweat as well, with large drops constantly dripping on the ground. Phew! He exhaled a long breath and began to gasp. Ha! It seems that I'm still in excellent condition. I finally succeeded. The green solution in the crystal vessel looked calm, but Yunxiao could feel a very powerful force welling up within it. He did not have time to rest, for he was curious to know the effect of the solution. He quickly brought over a large bucket of boiling water and slowly poured the dark green liquid into it. Blub blurp. The air was filled with a loud boiling sound as the water temperature seemed to have risen by hundreds of degrees instantaneously. A great deal of water vapor rose from the bucket, turning the whole room pale green in the blink of an eye and obscuring all eyes. Yunxiao's body began to turn a little hot by just standing in the mist while a tremendous amount of heat was slowly seeping into his skin. He took out the 5-color divine air needles and carefully inserted them into his body. Each time he inserted one, he felt a force puncturing through the skin into his meridian. But not only did he feel no pain, he even felt extremely relieved. Splash! After inserting all 13 needles, he jumped straight into the boiling solution. In addition to the boiling heat that burned his skin, a powerful medicinal force poured madly into his body, heading for his limbs and causing his whole body to turn pale green at a rate visible to the naked eye. He was in severe pain, but his face was overjoyed, for the medicine was better than he had expected. He closed his eyes tightly and performed an incantation gesture with both hands as he sat still, forming a strange contrast to the boiling liquid around him. At the same time, the ends of the needles that had been inserted into his body began to emit a faint colorful glow, as if a force were swirling restlessly in them. Most of the ingredients he used to concoct the potion were highly toxic, but when put together, they could reach a delicate balance and have an amazing effect on the cleansing of marrow and meridians. People who did not know much about its prescription and medical details would never dare to use this solution. Even he had to divide it into 10 parts. Otherwise, a careless mistake might cause it to lose balance and kill him on the spot. But, after getting the 5-color divine air needles, he completely changed his plan, because these needles contained the power of the 5 elements. When they were used to stimulate acupoints, Yunxiao could not only absorb the power of the 5 elements through them, but also use them to protect his acupoints. He clearly felt the cool, soothing sensation coming from his 13 main acupoints. Moreover, these acupoints were breathing on their own, constantly inhaling and exhaling the primordial qi. When the power of the potion had been absorbed into him, it swam along his major meridians, spreading throughout his body as it began to unclog the damaged and dried up invisible meridians one by one. As he endured the tremendous pain, a delightful smile gradually came over his face. As the impact of the medicine grew stronger, he began to perform various seals with both hands, guiding the movement of the medicine within his body. Many meridians bulged on the surface of his skin and twisted like the roots of an ancient tree, horrible to look at, while a faint green aura was seeping out of them. Boom! Suddenly, a stuffy boom echoed out from within his body, and all his meridians were blown through in that instant. Guided by his hand seal, the power of the medicine poured into his limbs and bones as it swam a full circle, unobstructed. It worked! Yunxiao was delighted, but instead of getting up, he performed another few hand incantation gestures and directed the power of the medicine toward the chakra in his chest. Now that his meridians were unclogged and unobstructed, the next step was to open the first chakra. Most people opened their chakras from the top down, starting with the one on the top of their heads. Yunxiao, however, played by different rules and went straight to the hardest heart chakra. On his chest, a mass of dark green light began to gather, which grew stronger over time and then suddenly bloomed like a flower. In that instant, he felt the power which had been waiting for so long in his heart chakra was finally being released. He flicked open his eyes. An electric-like gleam flashed through his pupils as a strange pose suddenly emerged in his mind, giving him a flash of inspiration. The second style of the tyrant body tempering technique, mountain. With palms put together, he sank like a mountain into the medicinal liquid in a flash. The potion boiling around him seemed to be drawn by some force and began to spin while the light of the heart chakra in his chest became the eye of the whirlpool, dragging in streams of power. Ha! Open now, all of you! The light on his heart chakra bloomed, and 2 streams of light shot out of it, one going upwards and the other downwards along his body. Soon, under the impact of the heart chakra's power, his solar plexus chakra, sacral chakra, throat chakra, and third eye chakra all lit up with their respective colors. The entire room began to reflect the light of the chakras in addition to the pale green color of the mist. Boom! Just as Xianxia was trying to absorb the potion's power to open the last 2 chakras, the power his body could withstand was at its peak. 13 divine needles were ejected instantaneously from his acupoints, disrupting the balance of his whole body. With that, a huge force exploded in the bucket in a flash. The marrow and meridians cleaning potion was evaporated into mist at the moment of explosion, making the whole training room wet as if it was washed by water. Xianxia walked out of the mist and sighed. It's a pity that I've only opened 5 chakras. If his words were heard by other apprentice warriors, they would surely kill him with their teeth in jealousy. He carefully put away the divine needles. After one use, they were noticeably slimmer. The 5-color divine air needles effect of stimulating the body's potential is indeed amazing. I have to find a way to get my hands on the other 4 pendants from the Lan family. After thinking for a while, he changed into a clean suit of clothes and went out of the training room. When he came into the hall, he saw Chunjun and Han Bai coming out of another room. Their injuries were almost healed, but Chunjun's swollen face had not. Young Master Yun! They both cried out at the same time as they looked at Xianxia in horror, their eyes bursting with anger. That Lan Fei and his lackeys are going too far. Han Bai snarled. How could they hurt you with such a powerful poison? Does he really dare to kill us openly? Chunjun was fuming as well. I wish I could go back now to gather 10,000 men and kill this gang of unruly brats. Are you all right, young Master Yun? The poison. Only then did Xianxia realize that his skin was all pale green. It was a symptom of the potion's strength still remaining in his body in large quantities, which would gradually correct itself. He gave them a brief explanation, after hearing which, they both became dumbfounded and froze in place. Young Master Yun, you mean you've kicked them all in the asses and even robbed them? Young Master Yun, you mean you've unclogged your meridians and even opened 5 chakras? Chunjun burst into laughter. Ha ha! I knew it! How could General Feilong's son be a loser? Without saying a word, you've suddenly become stronger than us. Great! When all 3 of us graduate and inherit our family's title of nobility, we'll assemble 1,000,000 men to destroy the Lan family's brats. The shocked expression on Han Bai's face gradually faded, and he began to ponder. It's great that young Master Yun has opened his chakras, but the trouble has grown bigger as well. Lan Fei and his lackeys will not let this matter drop. I fear young Master Yun is in greater danger now. Chunjun, who was absorbed in his heroic fantasy, scoffed. They're just a bunch of rascals. Since they are no match for young Master Yun now, they won't be anymore. Do you think they have the courage to send someone to cause trouble inside the academy? There were only 2 martial kings in the state of Tianshui who had stepped into the 5 elements realm. One of them was the dean of Jialan Academy, Zhong Lishan, who claimed to be the strongest man in the state of Tianshui. Every nation had its own laws and every family had its own rules, and Jialan Academy was no exception. Even the emperor must obey the academy's rules during his visit here. Once upon a time, the son of an assistant minister of the military suffered a loss in the academy. When he returned to his home, he sent an expert of his family to beat up another student. The next day, all the warriors of his family had their cultivation base destroyed, and from then on, a prominent family completely decayed and disappeared from the political center of the state. The incident had struck fear into all powerful families in the state of Tianshui. Since then, no one dared to run wild in the academy, even if they were princes and princesses. But the academy did not prohibit students from fighting with each other, so an individual could only rely on his or her own ability to keep a foothold in the academy. Han Bai shook his head and said, Lan Fei is certainly not to be afraid of, but have you forgotten the man who's ranked 3rd on the minor power chart? Chunjun's pupils constricted abruptly and his face turned unsightly. The Heaven and Earth power chart was a ranking list of the strongest experts on the heavenly martial continent, which included a total of 100 experts. Yunxiao's previous incarnation, Gu Feiyang, was an almighty expert ranked 3rd on this chart. And the minor power chart that Han Bai mentioned was a ranking list created by the academy, which was reset once a year through a competition. The person currently ranked third on it was the other direct descendant of the Lan family, Lan Fei's half-brother Lan Xian. Lan Xian is a student who will graduate this year, Han Bai said with a bitter smile. He is very strong, and is said to have begun trying to break through the Two Forces realm. Moreover, he is the leader of the Shen gang. So, even if he graduates and left the academy, the gang's experts will still obey his orders. Chen Jin started to worry as well. He's going to become a martial master? If he does succeed, he'll be able to join the Guardian of the State as soon as he graduates. He's really something. Lan Xian is only 18, isn't he? Han Bai nodded with a solemn expression. Yes, an 18-year-old martial master is a rare genius even in the state of Tianshui. At the rate he's progressing, there's a good chance he'll become the deputy commander of the Guardians. As a martial master, he would not trouble us for such a trifle, would he? Chun Zhen's face grew even more unsightly. He probably won't do it himself. There's still some time to go before the break. Hopefully, we can make it through until he graduates. The corners of Yunxiao's mouth lifted slightly as he said with a smile in his eyes. You can rest assured that he will come to me. Even if he doesn't, I'll go to him. Because I can't wait to get my hands on the piece of 5-color divine air stone carried by him, he sneered in his heart. Inside a fine building in the academy, Lan Fei was thundering with rage. Uncle, there's no way I can swallow this one. Wang Feng's gaze grew cold as he scolded. Shut up, you idiot. You almost made a big mistake. Luckily, Lan Xian is in secluded cultivation, or your mother's years of nurturing would have been ruined. Lan Fei was startled, but then he immediately said with disbelief, It can't be that serious, can it? I just want Brother Xian to help me teach that piece of trash a lesson to help me vent my anger. To help you vent your anger? Humph. Wang Feng's eyes flashed with jest as he scoffed. And you still call him Brother Xian? You're as silly as a goose. That piece of trash from the Li family is nothing. You must understand that your real enemy now is none other than Lan Xian. Now that you've lost your token of the family's direct descendant, you will be reprimanded by the family and go out of favor if he learns about this, which is actually the lightest punishment. If they take this seriously, you will not only lose your status as a direct descendant, but may even be demoted to the branch. Lan Fei's face went pale. What should I do? He asked, frightened. You must help me, uncle. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a serious voice, Don't you worry, you're my sister's son. If I don't help you, who else would I help? However, as a teacher of the academy, I can't teach a student a lesson without any reason. Otherwise, even I will be punished. The annual assessment of the junior class will be held in 7 days, and I remember you told me that this brat hasn't opened any chakras. I'll apply to be the chief examiner of the assessment. As long as he can't show any chakra light, I'll expel him with the academy rules. When he leaves this place and before he reaches home, that will be the time for us to strike. After retrieving the token, you can do what you want with that piece of trash. 7 more days? Lan Fei said exasperatingly. Whenever I think of the humiliation I received that day, I wished I could skin him immediately. Oh right, I'm going to break his balls. Humph, if you can't endure this little setback, what great thing do you expect to do? I'm really worried for my sister. You're so far behind Lan Xian. Wang Feng said coldly. Lan Fei turned pale, and he clenched his hands so tight that his nails dug into his flesh. All right, I'll follow what you said, uncle. He gnashed his teeth and said. But he's not going to have an easy time during this period. I have a way to make him lose all standing and reputation. But I need your help, uncle. There was a flicker of doubt in Wang Feng's eyes. What do you plan to do? With a venomous smile on his face, Lan Fei whispered into his uncle's ear. After hearing his plan, Wang Feng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Excellent. Go ahead and do it. If it works out, we won't have to wait for 7 days. You're indeed my sister's son. I've underestimated you earlier. Who's sneaking around? Yunxiao, who was cultivating the Great Expansion divine technique in his room, frowned suddenly. The strength of his divine sense was far greater than that of ordinary people, so he immediately detected two men lurking outside his dormitory. It's evening now. Could they be thieves? It was nothing new for wealthy students in the academy to have their belongings stolen, especially the children of the dignitaries who had their own independent dormitories. Xianxia went straight out, and just as he pushed the door open, a pink envelope suddenly fell down. To Xianxia, it was written on the front of the envelope in beautiful strokes, and a faint fragrance was wafting out of the paper. While frowning, Xianxia ripped open the envelope and found it to be a love letter with only 4 lines of a poem. When the moon rose above the willow tree, in Maple Grove he has a tryst with her. When the moon is round tonight, she's willing to be with him. Yours truly, Luo Landuo. Maple Grove was a dating sanctuary within the academy, a favorite trysting spot for many amorous youths and languishing maidens. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly as a proud figure flashed through his mind. With that, he smiled and started in the direction of Maple Grove. Moments after he left, 2 figures appeared in front of his dormitory. One of them quietly took out a key and unlocked the door with it after a few tries. They slipped inside, then came out after only a few minutes and carefully locked the door. Their hands were empty, which made them look less like thieves. Hee. Have you put the things in the right place? We'll make this brat pay for what he had done to us. Yes, young Master Fei is indeed resourceful to have come up with such a genius trick. I bet this brat must be aroused now, absorbing himself in the fantasy of a delightful date. Humph. He should take a look at himself in the mirror. How would Luo Landuo, who is famous for her pride, be attracted to such a piece of trash like him? Say no more. We'd better get out of here and wait for the grand show tonight. They slipped away quietly, but Xianxia reappeared at the door a moment later. He recognized them at a glance as 2 of the lackeys who had come with Lan Fei the last time. He wondered why they had sneaked into his dormitory. With a sneer on his face, he pushed open the door and soon found something under the blanket in his bedroom that rendered him speechless. A pile of colorful and fragrant women's undergarments and underpants were stuffed into his bed. Well, Lan Fei. Looking at these things, Xianxia naturally understood Lan Fei's plot in an instant. Since you want to play dirty, he said coldly, I'll play with you. His eyes gleamed as he quickly disappeared from the room. An hour later, Xianxia's figure could be seen speeding toward Maple Grove. Covering an area of hundreds of acres, Maple Grove was one of the most beautiful landscapes in Jialan Academy. It was a cultivating venue for many students during the day, but at night, it became a sanctuary for trysts, especially in this moonless, windy, and cool season. Not everyone could afford to live in a single dormitory. In fact, most of the students shared their dormitories with 4 or even 8 students. Therefore, Maple Grove had become their sanctuary. As soon as Xianxia stepped inside, he found more than 30 pairs of men and women making barely audible noises in their throats within the area covered by his divine sense. Some of them, who were unable to resist the temptation, were making out under the cover of darkness, filling his ears with all kinds of kinky sounds. Ah! Help! Help! Just then, a faint cry for help rang out. The voice was not loud, but loud enough to reach into Xianxia's ear. Under the moonlight, a young girl with a veil over her body rang out of the grove, her face full of terror. Her clothes had been torn, revealing her fair skin, which made her look particularly attractive. The terror on her beautiful face could fill one's heart with pity and affection. Stop there, you little bitch. It's your blessing to have been chosen by me. A gorgeously dressed man rushed over from behind her with a face full of anger and ferocity, reaching out a hand to grab her. Help me, senior. When the girl saw Xianxia, she looked as if she had seen a savior, and her face was full of joy. She hurried over, showing an intention of throwing herself at him. Whoosh! A sword flashed across the void and fell into Xianxia's hand, with its tip pointing to the girl's throat. Stop if you don't want to die. A cold voice rang out of his mouth. The girl was stunned, apparently surprised by Xianxia's reaction. But she quickly came back to her senses and said anxiously, Help me, senior. Someone wants Someone wants to molest me. Tears the size of pearls rolled down her cheeks, making her look even more pitiable. Please, if you will just save me once, I will do whatever you want me to do. Any young man witnessing such a scene would fall in and want to save her. But Yunxiao's face wore a look of eternal indifference, emotionless under the moonlight. He closed his eyes slightly while the tip of his sword was still pointing at the girl's throat. His heart as hard as a stone. Get out of here, boy, if you don't want to die. This girl's mine already. The man caught up with her and grabbed her by the shoulder, giving her a hard yank. A ripping noise echoed out as the veil covering her figure was torn apart and fell away, revealing her half-exposed pink bosom. Meanwhile, her bared shoulder was scratched with a striking red claw mark. "Senior, please help me." The girl burst into tears as the man dragged her down to the ground. At this moment, the man's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as if he was a little confused. But then, he quickly resumed the fierce look and cried out, "Get out of here now, boy. I'm about to do my thing. Help me, help me." The girl's distressing cry for help continued to come from below, heartbreaking to hear. Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly with a smile on his face. "Don't worry, my dear. The rescue will come soon." Upon hearing that, a glimmer of joy flickered in the girl's eyes as she hurriedly struggled to her feet and trotted straight to Yunxiao, without so much as covering her exposed fair skin. The man's eyes also revealed a trace of delight, but he still pretended to be fierce. "Boy, how dare you snatch this girl from me? Do you know who I am? I'm Lu Etian, the son of Lu Siki, who is the commander of the Imperial Guard." "Oh, so you're Lu Etian." Yunxiao suddenly turned and smiled at the girl. "The rescue I mention is not me, but them." "Huh? Them?" Both the girl and the man were taken aback. All of a sudden, a group of people rushed out of the woods and surrounded the three of them. "Lu Etian," roared Chenjin, the leader of the group. "How could you do such a terrible thing? Teacher Feng, you saw what happened just now. This brat is simply an animal." When the group of a dozen people appeared, Lu Etian knew that he was going to suffer. Moreover, when he heard Chenjin call out, "Teacher Feng," he shuddered with fear and felt strength leave his legs. By the moonlight, he glanced carefully at the crowd and saw the middle-aged man in the lead, whose hair had stood on their ends with rage. He was none other than the Academy's Dean of Students, Feng Buping, nicknamed God of Slaughter. Ah! He was so frightened that he took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. What's going on? How did this happen? Not only he, but the girl was completely bewildered as well. Even Lan Fei and his lackeys, who were hiding in the dark and ready to jump out, were dumbfounded. Why was the dean here? "Lu Etian, you animal!" Feng Buping's figure flashed before everyone's eyes, and then they heard a loud slapping sound and saw Lu Etian being set flying away while screaming miserably. "We can't spare this animal. Let's beat him to death. Let's beat this rascal who tried to rape his junior to death." Han Bai's loud roar startled the whole Maple Grove, and many people started coming this way. Meanwhile, Chenjin rushed out with a dozen men, and soon a noise of beating mixed with piercing cries could be heard coming from where Lu Etian had fallen. "Are you all right?" Feng Buping asked the girl. "What's your name? Why were you with this animal?" The girl was completely struck dumb, and she did not know how to answer. "And my name is Meng Wu." Don't be afraid, my dear. Look, you are sweating all over with fright." Yunxiao smiled and took Meng Wu into his arms. "With me here, no one is going to bully you." He held her slender waist tightly with one hand, making it impossible for her to escape no matter how hard she struggled, while wantonly running the other hand across her body. As her clothes were worn, his hand soon slipped in and began to rub and pinch her delicate bosom. "Why yo you?" Meng Wu freaked out, and her face was flushed with embarrassment. As she was pulled into Yunxiao's arms, her body had blocked Feng Buping's view. Moreover, since she did not dare to shout out, she could only struggle desperately. But Yunxiao's strength was so great that no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to escape. She could not bear it any longer and began to sob, But it was real this time, and she was trembling all over. Feng Buping thought she was suffering from mental trauma, so he comforted her kindly. "Don't be afraid. I'll certainly redress your grievance." Fortunately, Yunxiao sent someone to inform me in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Yunxiao, you take care of Meng Wu here. I'll go and take a look at that animal. Why is there no more sound? He couldn't have been killed by those people, could he?" Yunxiao, who was enjoying the smooth, tender bosom with one hand, smiled and said, "Go ahead, Teacher Feng. Meng Wu is in good hands now." Meng Wu shuddered as she cried out in her heart, "Don't leave, Teacher Feng. Don't leave me here." But strangely enough, she could not make a sound at all and could only keep sobbing. Feng Buping nodded and walked in the direction of Lu Yitian. Dozens of people had already surrounded the spot, all pointing and whispering. Meng Wu was still a virgin, after all, so she could not withstand Yunxiao's assault. Her mind was completely blank as she leaned feebly on him, letting him play with her body. Somehow, the shame and indignation that previously filled her heart had gradually transformed into a strange pleasure, which made her begin to moan. Hiding far away in the grove, Lan Fei and his men were at a loss. Apparently, Li Yunxiao is behind all this. Du Feng said angrily. "What now, boss? I suggest we rush out and save Yitian, or he'll be killed." "Save my ass." Lan Fei slapped him on the head and growled, "You brainless pig, we will be caught in the net if we walk out right now. There's nothing we can do but sacrifice Yitian. Anyway, with Feng Buping here, he's not going to die." His eyes nearly burst into flames as he turned to the other two men and asked, "Have you put everything in the right place?" They were the two teenagers who had sneaked into Yunxiao's dormitory to hide those women undergarments and underpants. Nodding together, they said, "Yes, we've put everything under his blanket. You can count on us, boss." Lan Fei's eyes gleamed with a grim coldness. "Li Yunxiao, while you might have escaped this, let's see how you're going to deal with the next one." Yunxiao looked casually in the direction where Lan Fei had disappeared into as the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. At this moment, Meng Wu had given up all resistance. Her body was burning from Yunxiao's rubbing and squeezing, and what made her even more embarrassed was that she felt wet beneath her. It made her wish she could kill herself by running her head into a wall. "Stop it!" From afar came Feng Buping's voice. Soon afterward, the group of people came back, and Han Bai gave Yunxiao a meaningful glance. Seeing that everyone was coming over to him, Yunxiao felt it was not nice for him to continue taking advantage of Meng Wu. So, he reluctantly pulled his hand out and picked her up as he said softly, "Don't be afraid. It's all right now. That rascal has been completely crippled." Meng Wu was so angry that she was shivering all over, but she did not have any strength to struggle. Besides, there were too many people around them, so she could only bury her head in Yunxiao's chest, feeling ashamed and resentful. Wearing a livid face, Feng Buping walked over with Lu Yitian in his arms, as he said in a serious voice, "He's crippled." Yunxiao looked at the feeble Lu Yitian in the dean's arms. His face was barely recognizable from all the beating, and blood and gore could be seen in his crotch, terrifying to look at. He glanced at Han Bai, and in his eyes seemed to be saying, "Savage." Han Bai returned the glance with a glare, as if he replied with, "I've learned this from you. Leave this place now, all of you." Feng Buping said in a deep voice, "I'll report what happened here to the dean." Lu Yitian had brought this to himself, and he can't blame anyone. He glanced at Meng Wu in Yunxiao's arms as he frowned slightly and said, "It's not appropriate for you to hug her like that. Do any of you know her?" He turned to look at the dozens of people who had gathered around. Among them, many were girls, and they were all couples who were having outdoor sex in Maple Grove. Many girls bowed their heads in embarrassment. Suddenly, a girl in a red dress, whose name was Lu Feifei, exclaimed, "She's Meng Wu." There was a strange look in her eyes as she said, "We are from the same dormitory." Feng Buping nodded and said, "Great, you'll bring her back. Report to me at any time if there's anything." Only then did Yunxiao reluctantly hand Meng Wu over to Lu Feifei. When he let go of her, he did not forget to squeeze her hard on the butt. Meng Wu let out a shy moan as her eyes grew wide, and the flame of anger in them was so strong that it seemed enough to burn the whole maple grove to ashes. "Don't be afraid, my darling, you're safe now." With a concerned look on his face, Xianxia took off his robe and draped it over Meng Wu's shoulders. But when his fingers brushed past her bosom, he lightly touched her pink nipple. Consequently, her body gave a jerk as she could no longer hold it and burst into tears once again. Everyone thought that she was frightened because she was bullied by Lu Yitian, and Lu Feifei, too, said gratefully to Xianxia, "Thank you. You're truly a nice guy." She put her arms around Meng Wu tightly and said, "Meng Wu, I'm Feifei. Don't be afraid." Xianxia smiled gently and said, "You don't have to thank me. It's only right for me to stand out and uphold justice when my junior sister is in trouble. Do come to me when you need any help." The incident was over, and the couples had also lost their desires. So the crowd began to leave Maple Grove in groups. Just then, a loud beating of drums and gongs suddenly rang out in front of them. Then, a large group of students began to pour over, many of whom were girls, and they all looked angry. Surprisingly, they were led by Lan Fei. Feng Buping frowned and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" "Oh, Teacher Feng? So you're here too? That's great," Lan Fei said in rage. "We have a thief in the academy, an extremely perverted one. The underwear of many female students were stolen." Everyone was shocked. "What? Someone is stealing girls' underwear? Who is this pervert?" For a moment, an uproar broke out among the crowd as anger filled their hearts, especially those girls, and they began to scold like a flock of magpies. Feng Buping was frowning and glancing at the crowd when his eyes suddenly caught someone. "Princess? You're here too." Qin Rushua's face was burning. Her eyes filled with fury. "I've also lost something. Teacher Feng, you must catch that perverted thief for us." "Someone saw that thief running in the direction of Maple Grove," Lan Fei said coldly as a trace of a venomous smile played about the corners of his mouth, and then fixed his eyes on Xianxia. "Ha ha! Li Xianxia, you piece of trash. You're going to be finished." His mood was incomparably delightful. All of a sudden, Xianxia asked curiously, "Many female students have lost their underwear, but what does this have to do with you, Lan Fei?" He's right. What does this have to do with you?" Curiosity jumped over the faces of all female students as they turned to look at Lan Fei. Why did this son of a distinguished family, who was cold, aloof, and arrogant during normal times, suddenly became so helpful and excited, as if he had just been given a shot in the arm? Lan Fei went blank momentarily, lost for words. A lad standing by his elbow, who was apparently smarter, said hurriedly, "Boss can no longer stand idly by and watch, so he came forth and led everyone to catch the thief." "Yes, I brought everyone here to catch the thief." Someone had seen the thief running in the direction of Maple Grove. Lan Fei recovered his imposing manner and said proudly, "As a student of the academy, I have this obligation and responsibility." Xianxia made a face of sudden realization. "Oh, I see. Can you please tell us who saw the thief running this way?" "It was me." "Why?" The smart lad stepped forward immediately. He was one of the two men who had sneaked into Yunxiao's room. "I'm Meng Kuan, and I saw it with my own eyes. Do you have a problem?" He held his head up intentionally to give himself some airs. Although he knew that Xianxia was very strong, with Feng Buping here, no one dared to cause trouble. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "No, I don't have any problem. I'm just curious. What the thief had stolen is girls' underwear, but instead of girls, you, as a man, was the first to find out. Why? And, since you saw the thief, why don't you lead everyone to catch him? Why did you ask your boss to do it in your stead?" Meng Kuan's mind went blank as well because the questions were not easy to answer. The crowd was also wondering, and everyone stared at him, causing beads of cold sweat to roll off his forehead. "What are you doing, Li Yunxiao?" Lan Fei suddenly bellowed. "Are you trying to divert everyone's attention? Is it because you are guilty?" I think there's a good chance that the thief is you. Right? Now that boss mentions it, it occurs to me that the thief's figure was very much like this guy. Meng Kuan quickly echoed to that. Here it comes. Yun Xiao laughed to himself. Young Master Fei, why are you slandering me? He asked leisurely. Lan Fei smiled coldly and said, to prove your innocence, you should let us search your dorm. If you refuse, you will not be able to escape the suspicion today. Yun Xiao snorted coldly and said, why should I do as you said? Who do you think you are? Rushua's face flickered as if she had realized something, and she said, I believe Yun Xiao won't do something like that. Meng Kuan, did you really see the thief clearly? The princess's piercing glance frightened Meng Kuan so much that he was instantly soaked in cold sweat. Lying to the princess was a serious crime, and he could be beheaded for that, and even cause his entire family to be executed. He was only the descendant of a small power attached to the Lan family. How would he have the courage to deceive the imperial family? But in the next instant, he sensed Lan Fei's gloomy gaze, which made him shudder and blurt out the words, yes, I saw the thief clearly. He is Li Yunxiao. I have no doubt about it. With a soaring mood, Lan Fei said, ha, Li Yunxiao, do you have anything else to say? Yunxiao nodded slightly to Feng Buping and said, Teacher Feng, you can search my dorm. But, if my innocence is proven, I want an answer from Lan Fei. Since the beginning, Feng Buping had not said a word, because he also found that something was not right. So, he was quietly observing the situation. Now, he turned his glance to Lan Fei, apparently asking for his opinion. No problem, Lan Fei said decisively. If you can prove your innocence, I'll give you an answer. Yunxiao nodded and said, in that case, I believe in Teacher Feng's fairness. A worried look appeared in Rushua's eyes. Yunxiao shook his head lightly and said in a loud voice, don't worry, princess. There is a righteous spirit pervading the heaven and earth. I, Li Yunxiao, am open and above board, and I don't believe evil can prevail over good. Upon hearing what he said, all the female students fell into deep thought and began to dismiss their doubts about him. After all, a guilty person would not have such a spirit. Meng Wu, standing behind them, shivered with anger at his righteous face. However, she could not tell them what she had suffered just now. Rushue gritted her teeth hard and stamped her foot. You are a fool. There's something obviously odd about this, and I'm sure they're trying to frame you. Yunxiao acted as if he had not noticed her distress as he said loudly, everyone, please follow me to my dorm. I will prove to you that I'm indeed innocent. Led by him, the crowd moved toward his dorm. Along the way, many students who had heard the news joined them as well, and in just a short time, over 100 people had gathered. Teacher Wang, why are you here too? Yunxiao looked coldly at Wang Feng, who was standing before the door to his dorm with a few other teachers of the academy. They were all from the dean's office. Wang Feng said lazily as if he had just woken up. I heard that there is a perverted thief who has caused serious trouble, so I have to come here and have a look. Oh, Director Feng, you are here as well. Feng Buping frowned. From his experience, he naturally knew that there must be something wrong. Yunxiao sneered leisurely. To have a look at the door of my dorm? I thought Meng Kuan said he saw the thief running in the direction of Maple Grove? Teacher Wang, you must be very clever to know that we would come here, saving you the time and energy to travel back and forth. Everyone could tell that he said that with some tongue-in-cheek. Feng Buping's face grew cold, and he finally could not help but say in a deep voice, what is this all about, Wang Feng? Wang Feng snorted lightly and sneered. I come here with the same purpose as you, to catch the thief. This brat is so perverted and unruly. I propose that once we catch him, we should expel him immediately, lest he should harm more students. Feng Buping's face flickered. He would be a fool if he still could not see the problem by now. I've no issue with you catching the thief here, he said while fuming. But if anyone dares to play tricks and falsely wrong a good student in my face, I will not accept that. The reason why he was called the God of Slaughter by the students was not only because of his strict law enforcement, but also his selflessness and fairness. Wang Feng said pointedly, "Of course, we must be fair, so that everyone is sincerely convinced. When the thief is caught together with his loot, I'll report this directly to the dean." Feng Buping's position was above him, but as long as the thief was caught together with the loot, he could always use the dean's name to shut everyone's mouth. As if he was eager to get himself caught, Yun Xiao said seriously, "Since even Teacher Wang is so fair, I truly feel relieved. Everybody, please be my witnesses." He took out a key and unlocked the door, then gestured and said, "Please help yourself. Is this brat up to something?" Wang Feng thought when he saw the indifferent look on Yun Xiao's face. But when he turned and saw Lan Fei's confident face, he was relieved. "Search the room." Several teachers and some students rushed into the dorm immediately. Yun Xiao strode after Feng Buping into the living room, sitting in a chair with a cheery look on his face as he looked at Lan Fei coldly. A few minutes later, Lan Fei seemed to be having a hard time sitting still. He clearly saw a few students go into the bedroom, but they all came out with empty hands. "What a pig!" He scolded Meng Kuan in his heart for hiding the things so deeply. "Meng Kuan, why don't you help with the search?" Meng Kuan nodded and walked a few circles in the living room pretentiously before heading to the bedroom. Feng Buping's cold gaze followed the former as he said, "If anyone dares to plant the evidence and frame an innocent student, I'll immediately expel him." "I'll go and have a look too," Wuxia said with an angry face as she followed after Meng Kuan. She had concluded that this was a scheme. So, if Meng Kuan really found something, she could stop him in time. Wang Feng smiled coldly and said, "Why don't we all go in and have a look since we don't trust each other?" He stepped out and followed closely behind the princess, immediately killing off her plan. "Since you all are so interested in my bedroom, let's go in and have a look together." Yun Xiao stood up and strode toward his bedroom. Immediately, more than a dozen people rushed over, all heading for the bedroom. By this time, Meng Kuan had already entered the room and turned the blankets a few times. His face instantly turned white as a sheet. He realized in a flash why Yun Xiao looked as if he had nothing to fear. The undergarment and underpants he had hidden were all gone. Just then, Lan Fei came into the room and sneered, "Meng Kuan, scour the room and don't miss a spot." Bathed in a cold sweat and trembling, Meng Kuan walked over to Lan Fei and whispered in his ear, "What?" Lan Fei's face fell, and his furious growl instantly startled everyone. Under his almost cannibal gaze, Meng Kuan's legs trembled violently. "Meng Kuan, why are you standing there? I thought your master asked you to scour the room, didn't he?" Yun Xiao sneered. Wang Feng finally found that something was not right. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of disappointment as he said coldly, "This is a small bedroom. I don't think there's anything here. It seems that Li Yunxiao should be innocent. The thief must be someone else." Feng Buping gave him a cold glance and then stared at Yunxiao thoughtfully. Wuxia breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt annoyed at the same time. Apparently, he knew that it was a scheme long ago and had been ready for this, and yet he made me worry for the whole time, she thought angrily. Seeing that the plan had failed, Wang Feng had no mood to stay any longer. "Since Li Yunxiao is innocent, let's all leave now," he said lightly. "You're leaving just like that?" After shouting out loudly, Yunxiao sneered. "Teacher Wang said that the thief must be someone else. Don't you want to catch him?" Taken aback, Wang Feng said coldly, "The campus is too large, and there are no witnesses or evidence. It will be very difficult to catch the thief now. The academy will handle this matter." With a cold smile on his face, Yun Xiao said, "Who said there is no witness? I thought Meng Kuan said he saw the thief. Could he be lying then? In that case, I have the reason to doubt that this dog's master, Lan Fei, is the mastermind behind all this." Lan Fei was already fuming. "Li Yunxiao, don't you sling mud at me." Yun Xiao's face grew stern as he said coldly, "The facts have cleared me of suspicion. Now it's your turn to give me an answer. What do you want?" Lan Fei growled. "Very simple." Yun Xiao sneered. "To prove your innocence, I want to search your dorm as well. Of course, it's not that I suspect you, young Master Fei who has nothing to hide. But I just can't swallow this without doing anything. Humph. Since I said I'd give you an answer, I'll naturally honor my word. Search all you want, Lan Fei said with a righteous air. But Li Yunxiao, I'm not done with you. The single dormitories of the dignitaries' children were all in the same area, so the crowd took almost no time to arrive at Lan Fei's dormitory. Lan Fei pushed open the door confidently and said in a cold voice, "Search as you like, but don't destroy my things. I am afraid you poor things can't afford them." Yunxiao smiled faintly and waved. At the gesture, Chun Jun and Han Bai immediately rushed into the room. Wang Feng's face gradually grew unsightly as if he had sensed something wrong. Sure enough, Han Bai and Chun Jun soon carried a wooden chest out of the room. "Young Master Yun, we can't open this chest." Lan Fei frowned and said coldly, "This is a chest I use to store my clothes in. Only my key can open it." He took out a golden key from his ring and inserted it into the lock. The chest opened with a creak. Everyone was struck dumb as soon as they saw the contents within. Wang Feng's pupils constricted, and he felt his head go blank. There's indeed a plot. He's finished. Anyhow, the person who had a completely blank mind right now was Lan Fei. His eyes grew as large as copper bells as he muttered, "How's this possible? No, I didn't do this. This is a slander. Li Yunxiao, you're framing me." He growled madly. "Framing you?" Yunxiao smiled faintly. "You said that this is your personal chest just now, and it can't be opened without your key. You?" Lan Fei was so angry that his whole body was shaking. "So it was you. You animal." Looking at her pure white underwear half exposed in the chest, Wuxia kicked Lan Fei in anger and embarrassment. "You sick freak. I'll have the dean expel you. Expel. Expel." Almost all the girls cried out in fury, and soon the boys joined them as well. For a moment, the cries of "expel" rang throughout the whole campus. Chun Jin casually rummaged through the contents in the chest and suddenly said in surprise, "Eh? Why is there half a box of soap in the chest besides the girls' underwear?" "Hee. You never heard about the rumors?" Han Bai sneered. "It is said that besides being a psychopath, Lan Fei likes to throw soaps in the bathroom when boys are showering, forcing his lackeys to pick them up." This is disgusting." Many guys turned pale and could not help bending down and begin to vomit. Meanwhile, some male students beside Lan Fei hurriedly jumped away in fear, leaving an empty space around him in the blink of an eye. Lan Fei was so mad that he felt his head reeling. He pointed a trembling finger at Yunxiao, but the pent-up anger in his chest stopped him from uttering a single word. Yunxiao said in a loud and righteous voice, "Everyone, things have now become clear. Not only did Lan Fei steal girls' undergarments and underpants, but he also forced male students to pick up soaps in the bathroom. He deserves to die. But every nation has its own laws and every family has its own rules. Although we are angry and wish we could hack him to pieces, the teachers of the academy are here. Let Teacher Feng and Teacher Wang handle the matter fairly. We want justice." Chun Jin shouted immediately, and the whole campus soon rang with the cries of, "We want justice." Feng Buping gave Yunxiao a look of surprise. He did not expect that this kid, who had achieved nothing and could not practice martial arts, would have such a scheming mind. "Rest assured, everybody," he said in a deep voice, "I'll report this to the dean at once. When we have decided how to handle this matter, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation." "Don't worry, sisters," Wuxia said angrily. "If the academy decides that this perverted animal can stay, we'll go and see the dean ourselves. Otherwise, I'll bring the matter to my father. In any case, I'm irreconcilable with this sick freak. Yes, irreconcilable." Some girls who had their undergarments and underpants stolen echoed in shame and fury. Lan Fei was really in a panic now. He hurriedly grabbed Wang Feng's arm and said, "Save me, uncle! Save me!" "Humph!" Wang Feng shook off his hand and said coldly, "To wash a pig is to waste both water and soap. He parted the crowd and ditched Lan Fei behind as he strode away. Under the current circumstances, he was powerless to do anything. Moreover, if he continued to stay, he might even drag himself into the troubled waters. Ah! Lan Fei collapsed on the ground under all the accusing gazes. Soon afterward, the Academy's decision was out. The evidence of Lan Fei's theft of the girl's underwear was conclusive, and the management of the Academy unanimously agreed to expel him and never admit him again. Young Master Yun. Young Master Yun. Early in the morning, Hanbai rushed to Yunxiao's dorm. I've two news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear? Yunxiao looked relaxed. The good news must be that Lan Fei has been expelled. What about the bad news? Hanbai gave him a thumbs up and praised. Your foresight is indeed amazing. The bad news is that the chief examiner of this year's annual assessment is Lan Fei's uncle, Wang Feng. We're finished. None of us can pass the assessment. Yunxiao sneered. Finished what? If he's so ignorant, I'll make him scram together with Lan Fei. Hanbai was instantly astounded. You're truly savage, young Master Yun. But you better not act recklessly. Wang Feng is, after all, a teacher, not like Lan Fei who was just a student. Humph. I don't care who he is. A five-eyed cock or a three-legged feline. What is Lan Xian doing recently? Yunxiao suddenly asked. Lan Xian. Hanbai's expression changed as he said bleakly, You have actually reminded me. Lan Xian has sent word that he will avenge his brother. We're in real trouble now. Oh, Yunxiao chuckled, his eyes focused slightly. That's great. He had been thinking about Lan Xian's five-colored divine air stone all the time. After sending Hanbai off, he carried his heavy sword and headed toward the gravity chamber. At the time Lan Fei was expelled from the academy, an intense examination was taking place on the fourth floor of the alchemist's tower. Luo Yunxiang stared at a giant tomahawk floating in the air with a serious expression. Under the refinement of the flame, it had been calcined to a red color. Waves of scalding heat emanated from it, spreading out in all directions. Standing in the middle of the room, Yunxiang was soaking wet from the heat, but the few men sitting around her seemed unaffected as they watched the transformation of the weapon intently. The heat waves rippled in the air, but they all stopped when they were several feet from the men, as if blocked by an invisible force. Suddenly, Yunxiang spread her fingers and sprinkled out a cloud of golden dust, which fell around the tomahawk like stars and filled the air with a sizzling noise. The color of the weapon turned brighter as soon as it touched the golden dust, but it seemed unstable, making a series of rumbling sounds. The temperature of the entire room rose to another level. There was a surprise in the eyes of the men in the surroundings while a few of them began to whisper to each other. Yunxiang's eyes gleamed brilliantly. Although her face looked unusually tired, there was an excitement that could not be concealed from it. Her hands immediately flashed and several seals formed on her fingertips, before transforming into streams of true flame that flew into the tomahawk. The weapon, which was a little violent, suddenly produced a pulling force, devouring all the scattering gold dust. For a moment, the surface of the bright red tomahawk flickered with golden specks as it emanated a steady, heavy aura, giving those around it a feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Condense! Fall! With the cries, two beams of light flew from her fingertips into the tomahawk, and its scalding heat and the heaviness vanished immediately. Then, it began shrinking rapidly and turned into a mini-axe in the end, falling into her palm. After carefully inspecting the mini-axe in her palm, Yunxiang walked joyously toward the few men and handed it with both hands to the white-bearded old man in the middle as she said respectfully, Master Su, please have a look. Su Han's gaze lightly swept over the tomahawk as he smiled and said, It's not necessary. This sun-smashing axe has reached the level of the first tier of the superior weapon. Yunxiang, you've passed the assessment. Pa! 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 The other few men all clapped their hands and looked smilingly at Yunxiang, their faces full of praise. Yunxiang was elated, and her excitement was too great to contain. Thank you, Master Su, and all of you masters. Su Han shook his head and said, This has nothing to do with us? It's all your own effort. I'm just curious. How did you melt Karmit into red copper? You had failed at this step in the previous assessments. The other men fell silent, all looking at her, puzzled. Yunxiao's youthful face suddenly flashed through Yunshang's mind, and so did his elegant, leisured voice. Because even though red copper's attribute is metal, it is actually inclined more toward the fire element. So it has a great melting ability for Karmit. As a result, many alchemists prefer Karmit when upgrading red copper weapons. But if it contains the sky crystal sand, it's a different story. Because the attribute of sky crystal sand is water, it neutralizes red copper's fire attribute. So, the more you add, the worse red copper's ability to melt Karmit gets. The solution is quite simple. Treat sky crystal sand as an impurity and use the refinement essence to remove it. I see. Suhan was enlightened. I can't believe it was so simple. Your ability to discover the secret is proof of your superior intelligence. The state of Tianshui now has one more true alchemist. Tomorrow I'll send someone to inform His Majesty. I'm sure he'll be thrilled and throw another feast for his subjects to celebrate for you. Yunshang flushed slightly, but as her cheeks were already covered in sweat from the excessive consumption of her soul power and primordial qi, that made her look even more attractive. Master Su, please inform His Majesty that I don't need a feast, because I don't like too much publicity. Yanlei, who was standing behind Su Han, laughed and said, "This is a great achievement. So how could we not have a feast? Yunshang, you are the most gifted person among the younger generation of the state of Tianshui. In just 3 years, you've made His Majesty give you 2 feasts. For hundreds of years, Lord Yangdi was the only person I can remember who had that honor. In the state of Tianshui, whenever someone was promoted to a first-tier alchemist or stepped into the 3 powers realm and became a great martial master, the king would host a feast at the palace, inviting all the dignitaries to celebrate. A feast like this had been held 3 years ago when Yunshang had broken through the 3 powers realm and become a great martial master. At Yanlei's words, Yunshang said hurriedly, "You're flattering me, Master Yan. I'm just a lesser alchemist. How can I ever compare with Lord Yangdi?" Stroking his beard, Suhan chuckled and said, "You don't have to be so modest. Lord Yangdi is talented, but he also benefited a lot from being a disciple of Lord Gu Feiyang, who was a 9th-tier alchemist. That's his luck. If you are lucky in the future, your achievements might not be lesser than Lord Yangdi. You just lack a good teacher." When Yunshang tried to argue, he interrupted her with a slight wave of his hand and said, "Today, the Alchemists Association needs to celebrate as well. We have 2 more first-tier alchemists this year alone. Both you and Jiarong are the rising stars of our branch in the state of Tianshui." Another alchemist, Su Yuanxiao, suddenly snorted coldly and said, "President Su, I agree with you that Yunshang is a rising star. As for Jiarong, if I'm not mistaken, he's deeply poisoned now." Everyone was shocked and looked confused. Su Han's face flickered as he asked, "What do you mean by that, Yuanxiao?" A strange glint flashed in Yunshang's eyes. "Master Su, I'll take my leave now." She was very clever. As soon as she saw Su Yuanxiao's unusual expression, she knew it must be about some classified information, so she took the initiative to avoid it. Suhan shook his head and said, "Now that you've passed the assessment, you are officially a first-tier alchemist. That also means you are one of the association's core members. You have the right to know everything about the association, so there's no need to avoid it." Su Yuanxiao glanced at the crowd as he laughed coldly and said, "I found out that Jiarong cheated in his last assessment. He used the prohibited material, Hell Wind Stone." Everyone's face fell as they glanced at each other. They were all alchemists, so they naturally knew what the Hell Wind Stone was. Yanlei said with a serious expression, "Su Yuanxiao, be careful with your words. I know you don't like Jiarong, and you've been making things difficult for him since he was an apprentice. But you can't simply accuse him for nothing." "I accuse him for nothing?" Su Yuanxiao sneered. "I fear that the toxin has already gone deep into his marrow by now. I've sent someone to find out the materials he had bought after he was promoted. They are all antidotes. Moreover, he was secretly looking to purchase detoxing pills with high prices everywhere. You all should know what detoxing pills are, right? The legendary 4th-grade alchemy pill that can neutralize all toxins, which is so rare that you can't even purchase one with money. 5 days ago, he began crazily purchasing various poisonous materials, and since he returned in a hurry, he has been in deep seclusion. I bet he must have been at his wit's end, trying to fight fire with fire. Sadly, the toxicity of Hell Windstone can't be relieved so easily, not even with detoxing pills. I reckon he must be completely crippled by now. Su Han's face gradually grew unsightly. Su Yuanxiao took out a sheet of paper and handed it to the crowd. Here's the list of what he had done after he was promoted to a first-tier alchemist. You all can have a look. After a brief glance at the list, everyone had a worried look in their eyes. In the end, the list was passed to Yunshang. She was slightly shocked, for even the meals Jia Rong took each day were clearly recorded on it. It was obvious that Su Yuanxiao had planned this long ago. Now that he had made the move, he must have had every confidence. Jia Rong was probably not going to escape his doom this time. If you still have doubts, we can summon Jia Rong here, and you will know that I'm right just by looking at him. Since he came back 5 days ago, he has been staying in the tower. When he saw most of the people believing in what he said, Su Yuanxiao could not help feeling complacent. How do you know he's not cultivating in seclusion? Anger flashed in Yen Lei's eyes. He and Su Yuanxiao had never liked each other. Since Jia Rong was promoted to an alchemist, he had given up his martial arts training and focused on alchemy. Su Yuanxiao sneered. An alchemist's cultivation is mainly to nourish the soul power. Only through continuous refinement can one enhance soul power. He is only a first-tier alchemist, so 5 days are more than enough for him to refine anything. Yen Lei, why are you so protective of him? Are you involved in his use of the Hell Windstone? Nonsense! Yen Lei flew into a rage. Stop arguing, Su Han said in a deep voice. Zhangchang, bring Jia Rong here. Whatever he is doing, he must come at once. Su Han was the president of Tianshui's Alchemists Association, and also one of the only 2 third-tier Grandmaster alchemists in Tianshui. He was in a position of great reverence, not inferior to even the emperor. The other third-tier alchemist was the chief alchemist of the Imperial Palace, Zhang Qingfan. Their strength was almost on a par. The title of the alchemist was not only a symbol of strength, but also a noble status, the pride of all alchemists. As the president of the Alchemists Association, Su Han would never allow fraud to happen. The look on everyone's face was grave, as if they all realized that a small storm was coming. Soon, Jia Rong followed Zhang Chang to the 4th floor of the Alchemist Tower, the venue that held the qualification assessment. After greeting Su Han, he nodded to the others. An indiscernible trace of smile emerged on the corners of his mouth when he glanced at Su Yuanxiao. Finally, his eyes rested on Yunshang as he praised. Zhang Chang just told me that Lord Yunshang has been promoted to a first-tier alchemist. You're indeed talented. Among the 5 commanders of the State Guardians, your overall strength is considered the strongest. Yunshang nodded and said, You're flattering me, Lord Jia. The other 4 commanders' strength is far beyond mine. I just had better luck. Jia Rong smiled and made no further comment. Instead, he said loudly, President Su, I was refining in seclusion. May I know the reason behind the hasty summons? Could it be that we are celebrating Yunshang's promotion? There was a flicker of doubt in Su Yuanxiao's eyes. By his inference, Jia Rong's complexion could not have looked this good. He snorted coldly and said, You're really good at faking, Jia Rong. Even now you can pretend as if you are fine. Su Han took out the list and threw it over as he stared at Jia Rong and said, Yuanxiao suspects that you used the Hellwind Stone during the last assessment. This is the result of his investigation into you over the past few days. I need an explanation from you right now. With a cold snort, Jia Rong took the list and glanced at it. A flame of anger immediately rose from the bottom of his heart. This old bastard. I can't believe he actually sent someone to follow me. At the same time, he had a panicking fear. Luckily, Young Master Yun has cured me of the toxin and even taught me a soul cultivation technique. Otherwise, I would have lost my reputation today and been doomed to ruin. At this moment, his gratitude toward Yun Xiao poured forth like a fountain. Su Yuanxiao, you old codger. You should be the one who should give me an explanation. He threw the list down on the floor and said furiously, Lord President, if I ever used the Hell Wind Stone, you all can easily detect it. But if I didn't, I need an explanation from this old codger Su. Su Han nodded and said, I will. Now, put out your hands and completely restrain your divine sense. We will conduct a thorough examination of your physical condition. Su Yuanxiao grinned hideously and said, You need an answer from me? Let's see how you are going to face your death when we find out your problem. Jiarong smiled suddenly as he lifted his head proudly and said, I, Jiarong, have nothing to hide. You can examine all you want. Come on. He rolled up his sleeves and held out a pair of fair hands. There was a flicker of doubt in everyone's eyes. The pair of hands was as fair as jade, without a trace of corrosion, and Jiarong seemed to have no fear. Could it be that Su Yuanxiao had wronged him? Su Yuanxiao's heart gave a jerk as he stared at the hands with wide eyes, and a bad feeling suddenly surged in his heart. How is this even possible? How could he have cured the toxin of the Hell Wind Stone? He focused his eyes and sent out his divine sense abruptly. I want to examine your body thoroughly. Even if you could cure the toxin, there is no way your soul power could reach the level of an alchemist. I'm going to expose you, faker. Right at that moment, almost everyone sent their divine sense into Jiarong's body. He still had the same fearless look, and was staring coldly at Su Yuanxiao with a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if watching a clown putting on a show. A moment later, Su Han's face grew stern as he said coldly, Yuanxiao, now I need you to give us an explanation. Panicked, Su Yuanxiao said, How is that possible? He was poisoned by the Hell Wind Stone. I'm 100% sure. He frantically swept Jia Rong's body back and forth with his divine sense, and his face grew more and more unsightly. Hey, have you seen enough? Jia Rong suddenly cried out in a deep voice as a tremendous soul power exploded out of his mind, slamming hard into Su Yuanxiao's divine sense. An invisible force instantly distorted the air. The sudden attack made Su Yuanxiao hastily withdraw his divine sense, but his opponent followed him into his mind, causing his soul to shake violently. Puke! Su Yuanxiao coughed out a mouthful of his heart's blood as his divine sense was injured. How can your soul power be so strong? He cried out in horror. A cold and arrogant smile played about Jiarong's lips as he scoffed. I'm a genuine alchemist, so my soul power is naturally stronger than those fakers. Su Yuanxiao felt a surge of anger in his heart, which made him cough out another mouthful of blood. Fine, fine, fine. After saying 3 fine in a row, the gleam in his eyes suddenly faded away, and he looked weary and old for a moment, as if all his spirits had leaked out of him like the air in a balloon. Su Han was stunned, and then he breathed a long sigh as he said, Yuanxiao, why do you have to torture yourself with this? There was an abstracted look on Su Yuanxiao's face as he said in a trembling voice, President, I'm already old and weak. I beg your leave to retire and return to my birthplace, so I can spend my remaining years in the countryside. Please approve my request, President. Everyone froze in shock as they realized that Su Yuanxiao's divine sense had scattered under the extreme anger, and his soul power rapidly decreased to the level of an apprentice alchemist. Even Jiarong was slightly surprised, but his heart was filled with unparalleled excitement and joy. He had practiced the soul cultivating technique for only 5 days, and yet his soul power was already strong enough to seriously injure Su Yuanxiao. Even though Su Yuanxiao was just a first-tier alchemist, he had made a name for himself for a long time, and his soul power had been stable in the first tier. Young Master Yun, who exactly are you? Jia Rong was now in complete surrender toward the enigmatic teenager. With such an amazing cultivating technique, he was even willing to be Yun Xiao's servant for 50 years, not to mention only 50 days. Su Han shook his head helplessly. Su Yuanxiao had lost his strength of a first-tier alchemist, and as he was old, it was impossible for him to recover it. Furthermore, if he were to stay in the Alchemists' Association, he would have to always be on guard against the revenge from others, for he had offended many people during his prime. "Just go home and get well," said the president. "Don't worry. I'll inform His Majesty about everything." Su Yuanxiao said in a trembling voice. "Thank you, Lord President." Not daring to meet the glances of anyone, he hung his head low as he waddled away. Su Han breathed a long sigh again, then said in a clear, loud voice, "Due to illness, Master Su has decided to retire and return to his birthplace. From now on, all the old scores between him and everyone else are written off. No one should disturb him for any reason." When he had finished, he fixed his eyes on Jia Rong. Jia Rong smiled faintly as he folded his arms over his chest and said, "I agree with the president." Only then did Su Han feel relieved. The soul power Jia Rong revealed just now was already stable in the first tier, and his future achievements would only be greater. Everyone present knew it was he who had injured Su Yuanxiao's mind. Otherwise, the old man would not have his cultivation base dropped due to anger. However, no one would want to offend an alchemist with a bright future at the moment for an old man whose career had reached a dead end. The crowd greeted Jia Rong one after another, a gesture of currying favor. Meanwhile, he wore a kind smile as he returned the greetings one by one, although sneering in his heart. "If I hadn't been helped by young Master Yun, you people would be adding insult to my injury now." "Jia Rong, your progress surprised even me," Su Han said. "I didn't expect your soul power to be so stable even though you've just been promoted not long ago. Help me bring Yunshang to receive her alchemist badge." Jia Rong received the order with a smile, and then took Yunshang through all the formalities. "Master Jia, I have a bold request," said Yunshang, as a thought suddenly struck her in the mind. "Oh," Jia Rong smiled. "Tell me the request, Lord Yunshang." As one of the 5 commanders of the State Guardians, Yunshang's strength and authority were superior to his, so he was very polite to her. "I have a student who cannot practice martial arts due to his physique," Yunshang said. "But he is very interested in alchemy, and has gained much knowledge in this field through self-learning. I wish to find him a good teacher. I wonder if Master Jia had ever thought of taking in a disciple." While frowning, Jia Rong said, "Take in a disciple? Lord Yunshang, you yourself are an alchemist, and your strength is not weaker than mine. So, why do you have to ask me?" Alchemists had very strict requirements when taking in disciples, and they never gave in even for the children of dignitaries. Unless the candidates were extremely talented, they would never take in any disciple. "His identity is a little special," Yunshang sighed. "As the commander of the State Guardians, it is not appropriate for me to become his teacher. To be honest with you, he is the eldest grandson of Duke Jingua, the natural son of General Feilong." "I see," Jia Rong said, enlightened. "I've heard that Duke Jingua's eldest grandson is a martial arts idiot, and because of that, he was the laughingstock in the capital a few years back. But Lord Yunshang, you should know that a martial arts idiot has a weak physical quality, and that makes it difficult for him to achieve any success in alchemy as well." Yunshang nodded and said, "Yes, I know that, but this student does have something special about him. Even if he can't become Lord Jia's personal disciple, I hope you can give him some simple guidance, at least to let him become an apprentice alchemist, which is the only way for us to keep our promise to Duke Jingua." Jia Rong's eyes darkened as he said coldly, "In this case, I'll meet this student, but he has to go through a soul power test. If he reaches the minimum standard of an apprentice alchemist, I'll take him as my personal disciple. It's all for Lord Yunshang's sake." Elated, Yunshang said, "Thank you, Lord Jia. I'll remember your kindness." Jia Rong nodded slightly and said impatiently, "When you are free, bring him to a soul power test. I'll take him as my disciple if he is qualified. But if he doesn't meet the minimum standards, he won't have to see me." Looking at Jia Rong's back as he left, Yunshang thought, "He's the youngest alchemist and has a great future. By letting Yunshao follow him is a way of me repaying the favor, and at the same time will ease Duke Jingwa's mind. I just wonder what's the situation with that kid's soul power. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. That's all I can do. 3 days later, it was finally time for the Academy's annual assessment. After the assessment was the annual 2-month holiday. The students who passed would be promoted to intermediate class in the next semester, while those who failed would have to pack their things and leave the campus. Every year, a large number of students from powerful families were eliminated, while most of the poor students passed. After all, once they failed, what awaited them was a fate of being completely reduced to mortals, so every one of them cultivated like madmen. The assessment was held in the largest martial arts arena of the Academy. It was one of the iconic buildings within the campus, and its construction was presided over by the former president of Tianshui's Alchemists Association, Lord Yangdi himself. Built with several kinds of extremely rare ores, the arena covering an area of over 1,000 meters squared looked magnificent. Not far from the arena was the most striking structure in the campus, the giant statue of Gu Feiyang. With one hand rested on the hilt of the sword, the statue looked out into the distance with a knowing smile at the corners of his mouth. It was forged by Gu Feiyang's student, Yang Di. After he died 15 years ago, Yun Xiao stood still in a corner, looking up at his own face. His thoughts seemed to have crossed the layers of the void and become one with his past life. Well, Yang Di is kind of thoughtful, Yun Xiao muttered to himself with a wry smile. He looked a little dispirited, though. Just then, 2 students walked past him as they gave him a look, then began to discuss with one another. I can't believe you've condensed primordial chi and become a warrior after only a few months in seclusion. Haha, it's all for the assessment. You should know that warriors can go straight to the elite class in the intermediate grade. Yeah, I know that. By the way, I'm screwed because I've only opened 2 chakras. Do you think I'll be eliminated? Don't worry. As long as you have opened 1 chakra, you can be promoted to the next grade. Look at that guy, the legendary young master of the Li family, the typical loser. He's the one who will be eliminated. Are you sure the young master of the Li family will be eliminated? Of course. What do you think this place is? This is the Jialan Academy. Even His Majesty has to obey the rules if he's here. Damn it! Yun Xiao cursed, but he would naturally not argue with these lesser people. He walked quickly to the arena, where he found a large number of students gathered, many of whom were here to watch. They were pointing at the students who were about to be assessed and talking with one another. Young Master Yun, why are you so late? Han Bai walked over to him. Yun Xiao frowned and asked, why are there so many people? Han Bai snorted coldly as he glanced at the onlookers. They are here to watch us. As you know, our class has always been called the trash-stricken class, and these students from the poverty-stricken class are all here to witness how many of us would leave. More than a dozen people have given up this assessment and packed their things to go home. Yun Xiao looked around him. Sure enough, there were a lot fewer people. All those who could join their privileged class had great backgrounds in the empire. Even if they could not become warriors, they were still well provided for and had bright futures. So, the students in their class, although few in the academy dared to provoke, were quite unlikable. Many people loved to see them make fools of themselves. Don't squeeze over to my place. I came here first. Don't be so stingy. Let's share the place together. It's rare to have a chance to watch them make fools of themselves. How many students of the trash-stricken class do you think will remain after the assessment? Maybe 1 in 5? There are 60 students in that class, but only some 30 have come. I think half of them will be eliminated. Do you guys want to bet? Each of us will give a number, and the closest one wins. Sure. 12. So optimistic? I say 9. Just as the arena rang with the clamor of the onlookers' excited voices, Wang Feng's voice suddenly echoed out. Almost all the examinees are here. I'll not wait for those who haven't. They are disqualified. Teacher Luo is in secluded cultivation, so I will be the one who will preside over your assessment. He glanced coldly at the crowd, then suddenly smiled wickedly and said, I'm going to slightly change the rules this time. In the past, those who had opened their chakras or could throw out a punch with a force of over 1,000 caddies were considered to have passed. But this year, you need to be able to do both in order to pass. Otherwise, you are disqualified. His cold gaze casually swept across Yunxiao. He knew the latter must already have the strength of over 1,000 caddies, because he had beaten Lan Fei. A glimmer of coldness flashed through Yunxiao's eyes as he stood still. Although the new rule had aroused much discussion, there was no objection. This was because all the students in the class were the children of dignitaries, who had either opened their chakras and had the strength of over 1,000 caddies, or could not open any chakras and lacked the strength to even truss up a chicken. None of them would cultivate the technique of strongmen and become the kind of existences who had great strength but could not open a single chakra. Who wants to be the first? Wang Feng glanced coldly across the crowd, and his eyes finally fell on Yunxiao. Even Shangguanqing, Du Feng, and a few others were staring coldly at him. Since Lan Fei was expelled, this group of students had lost their leader and were now led by Shangguanqing. But the strength Yunxiao had shown that day was too amazing, such that none of them dared to provoke him anymore. Humph! What are you looking at? Do you want me to blind you with my finger? Yunxiao glared back at them and then walked out of the crowd. Frightened by his threat, Shangguanqing and the gang bowed their heads immediately, but their eyes were filled with a venomous look as they cursed in their hearts. Looking at Wang Feng contemptuously, Yunxiao sneered. You will only pass us if we have open chakras and show a strength of over 1,000 caddies? Open your eyes and watch carefully. A green light bloomed from his heart chakra as he walked forward with a cold grin. With every step he took, another chakra opened, emitting bright light like colorful clouds. Root chakra, sacral chakra, crown chakra. Rays of light burst forth from his body, covering him in a myriad of colors and making him look like a god. 7. I can't believe he has opened all 7 chakras. How is that possible? I thought he was a piece of trash. You are telling me that a famous loser is now only one step away from the origin realm. Wang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Yunxiao had relied on some pills or the technique of strongmen to defeat Lan Fei. After all, it was known to the world that he could never cultivate due to damaged meridians. How could he have unclogged his meridians? I remember the Li family had once invited a 4th-tier alchemist to cure him, but to no avail. Now look carefully. A punch with a strength of over 1,000 caddies is nothing. Yunxiao suddenly stepped out, and the ground paved with diamond rocks shattered with a boom into lines that looked like cobwebs. He leaned back slowly, then threw his fist out as fast as lightning, landing it straight on the strength-measuring rock. Boom! A loud explosive noise rang out in the center of the arena as the force burst toward the strength-measuring rock. Amidst the shocked, dull glances of the crowd, Yunxiao slowly withdrew his fist. A deep dent about the size of a watermelon was clearly marked on the rock's surface. Impossible! He left a mark on the ground with his foot, and another on the rock with his fist. I thought this was something that only a warrior could achieve. Look at that mark. Even a warrior who has just made a breakthrough cannot do that. He must have used some kind of martial technique. Many students found it hard to believe, especially those from the distinguished class. Their eyes all grew wide, as if this was the first time they met Yunxiao. Although mentally prepared, Han Bai and Chen Zhan were still deeply shocked when they witnessed Yunxiao's body emit the light of the 7 chakras before throwing out a punch with a strength of over 1,000 caddies. Meanwhile, the faces of Shangguanqing and the gang were deathly pale. In the face of such powerful strength, how could they have the courage to stir up trouble again? I can't believe you've hidden your strength so deeply, Li Yunxiao, Wuxia cried out excitedly. The person with the most unsightly expression in the arena was none other than Wang Feng. He was cursing Lan Fei in his heart for being unable to perceive Yunxiao's real strength. Is everyone satisfied now? Yunxiao glanced around coldly, and everyone he looked at lowered their heads. Finally, he rested his gaze on Wang Feng and sneered, Teacher Wang, I'm very busy and will be leaving first. It was like a slap in the face. Wang Feng flew into a rage, but there was nothing he could do, so he said mockingly, Don't think you've achieved something great after opening the chakras. Let me tell you, This is just the rudiment of martial arts. Xiao gave him a contemptuous look as he laughed and strode away. It made Wang Feng so mad that his primordial qi was boiling within him, but he could not do anything to Xiao. Instead, he forced the primordial qi into his feet, causing the ground to shatter. Xiao's laughter came to an abrupt stop when he reached the arena's edge. Ahead of him stood a man in white clothes, who was looking at him with a smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lan Xian, a graduating student and the leader of the Xian gang. As soon as he mentioned his name, all the students in the surroundings had shocked looks on their faces. An air of superiority that could not be concealed played about his face. He was curious to see how amusing that look of dismay and panic would be when Xiao heard his name. But he was soon disappointed. Xiao had seen all kinds of postures, so he pointed out his index finger and said in disdain, "Humph! Good dogs don't block the way." "You!" Lan Xian flew into a rage and almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. No student in the academy had ever dared to talk to him like this, let alone in front of so many people. His anger shot out of his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed as he managed to regain his composure. However, his body was getting more and more stiff and unnatural. "Well, I won't fuss about that with you. I came here today for my good-for-nothing brother." "Oh? A big dog has come after I've beaten the small dog. You! Are all the members of the Li family as uncultured as you?" "Uncultured my ass. After all these years of fighting between our families and the deaths of so many people, as well as me even crippling your little brother, you come to reason with me? If you're not an idiot, what are you?" "I've had enough of your nonsense, little bastard. I'll make you regret coming to this world." Lan Xian could no longer maintain his cool and cursed in rage. "Hee, that's more like it. A ruffian will always be a ruffian. So why posture?" "You! I'm not arguing with you. I'm here to give you a letter of challenge." His face was livid with anger as he pulled out a letter, on the surface of which was written a character of challenge with golden ink, and flung it over to Xiao. Their confrontation soon drew the attention of everyone present at Wang Feng's assessment. Their eyes lit up as soon as they heard that there was a letter of challenge, and they all pricked up their ears, listening attentively. Lan Xian held up his head and sneered, "It wasn't a big deal when my brother and you were fighting. It was nothing but a game between kids. However, my good-for-nothing brother had done something that caused an uproar. Well, he deserved to be expelled for that. But, as his eldest brother, I can't just turn a blind eye to him. I have to teach you a lesson." In the distance, Wang Feng almost coughed out a mouthful of blood when he heard that. His face flushed red with anger and eyes spewing fire. To offset the negative impact of Lan Fei's incident, he had been secretly spreading word that Lan Fei was wronged and framed by Xiao. But, just as many people began to believe it, Lan Xian actually came forward and confessed that his brother had indeed done it. It made all his efforts go to waste, and Lan Fei's chances of coming back to the academy were completely gone. Moreover, his reputation in the capital was ruined, and he could never lift his head again. Lan Xian, on the other hand, had earned himself a good reputation by standing up for his brother. Not only would this make his lackeys more loyal and submissive to him, but the members of the Lan family would also think higher of him. He had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. So it was Lan Fei who did it. I thought he was wronged. I thought so too at the beginning, but now even his eldest brother has admitted it. I was taking a shower in the bathhouse with him last time. It makes me shudder to think about it now. I think you better be careful. You are a member of the Xian gang." "Xian gang? What's wrong with Xian gang? Why should I be careful?" "Hee, nothing. I just heard that such a quirk seems to be hereditary." The voices of all sorts of comments spread out in the air. Wang Feng was so angry that his chest was about to burst. "Lan Xian, you're so ruthless." Lan Xian's face was covered in a triumphant smile, and his heart was filled with so much joy that it seemed as if a flower was blooming. Pointing a finger at Xiao, he cried out loudly, "You have 2 choices now. Kneel down here and swear you will never touch my family members again, and bow and give way whenever you see my family members in the future." Alternatively, fight me and let me completely cripple you, and then you will kneel down and beg me for forgiveness. Think it over. I suggest you choose the first one because it was not easy for you to cultivate to your current level. Wow, this is so savage. If he chooses the first one, can he still hold his head high and stand tall in the future? That's right. But if he doesn't choose that, he will be dead meat fighting Lan Xian. Whether face or life is more important. It all depends on Yunxiao's choice. Wuxia rushed over while fuming. Lan Xian, you've gone too far. You're a graduating student, and I heard you've become a 9-star warrior, just one step away from becoming a martial master and joining the State Guardians. And yet, you're challenging an apprentice warrior who is not even a warrior? Do you have no shame? Yunxiao sneered. When the younger brother is gay and has a quirk of stealing girls' underwear, the elder brother is not far from that. The apple never falls far from the tree. And, since when did the Lan family have any shame? Lan Xian blushed, but he immediately roared with laughter. If you lack the courage to make a choice, say it. Why do you have to hide under a woman's skirt? So, this is the eldest grandson of Duke Jingua, the firstborn of General Filong? Ha ha! Ha my ass! Pooh! Yunxiao spat a lump of phlegm straight toward Lan Xian's face, which flew with such a great force that it even whistled through the air. Lan Xian was furious, but since he could not block the phlegm with his hand, he was forced to dodge it by stepping aside. In the eyes of the onlookers, he was making way for Yunxiao. With a sardonic look on his face, Yunxiao walked over, then raised his middle finger and said, "Although you have no shame, I accept your challenge. 3 days later, I'll beat you to your knees in this martial arts arena and make you lick my shoes." All the students present were struck dumb, while Han Bai and Chen Zhen were so frightened that their faces turned deathly pale. They ran over hurriedly and stood behind Yunxiao to show their support, urging him not to be impulsive. Wuxia also said hurriedly, "No, Yunxiao, you can't blow off in a fit of pique." Yunxiao felt warm in his heart. Although he had been in a muddle for 15 years and achieved nothing, he had found himself a few true friends. In his previous life, he had stood at the pinnacle of the continent, but he was all alone. He smiled at the three of them. That sunny smile on his face immediately influenced Chen Zhen, Han Bai, and Wuxia, soothing their anxiety in a flash and making them believe 100% that he would win the fight. They were stunned, frozen in place, and could not figure out why they had such a strange, impossible feeling. Lan Xian froze as well, and his face was livid with rage. He never expected Yunxiao would take up the challenge so readily. Fearing that the latter might go back on his words, he hurriedly said, "Remember what you've just said. If you don't show up in 3 days later, there will be no more place for you in Jialan Academy." Yunxiao strode away without looking back, his faint laughter filling the air. "Don't worry, I won't wash my feet for 3 days. You!" Lan Xian gritted his teeth as he watched Yunxiao walk away. "You can only talk. If I don't cripple you completely 3 days later, I'll eat my hat." The smile on Yunxiao's face melted away and a murderous look flashed through his eyes. The enmity between the Li family and the Lan family has been going on for decades. I will start from you little bastards, and then uproot the whole Lan family when the time comes. Just like that, he left the campus, heading straight to the Alchemist Association. The lobby on the first floor was still bustling with activity. Yunxiao glanced around and saw an apprentice alchemist concentrating on concocting some potion. A faint medicinal smell drifted over, and he knew it was a powerful potion, one that could temporarily increase a warrior's strength. It was the annual assessment of the academy now, and these things sold like hotcakes. The apprentice was fusing his soul power into the vessel to balance the conflicts between various medicinal properties, while adding other things into it from time to time. Yunxiao smiled, and he could not help but warn the apprentice, "You've added too much cross-refining grass. You need to add a dust flower to neutralize the medicinal properties. Otherwise, it will explode in 5 breaths." The apprentice looked up, and when he found that he did not know this guy, he said grumpily, "What do you know? Don't disturb me." 3 breaths. 2 breaths. Yunxiao counted in a faint voice. Finally, when he said 1 breath, The apprentice's face fell as the calm potion in the vessel suddenly boiled and exploded with a boom. The apprentice was utterly struck dumb. It was not a huge explosion, and he merely got splashed all over with the potion. An incident like this happened dozens of times a day in the lobby, so no one paid him any attention. How did you know I've added too much cross-refining grass? The apprentice asked in surprise. I smelled it. I am looking for Jia Rong. Can you inform him for me? You smelled it. The apprentice had an obvious look of disbelief on his face. Master Jia Rong seems to be in seclusion all the time, and I have no right to go to him. Just then, a beautiful figure walked over and asked with great concern. You've failed again, brother? Are you hurt? The apprentice shook his head and said, I'm fine. Just wet. It's just that I've wasted these ingredients. I'm such a failure. Looking at the beautiful girl, Yunxiao smiled and said, Miss Lu Yao. Lu Yao turned and said in surprise, it's you. Yunxiao assumed a gentleman's look and said, It's my pleasure to have a beautiful girl remembering me. Lu Yao chuckled. Master Liang spoke highly of you after he read your prescription. Master Liang spoke highly of him? Lu Yao's brother, Lu Yu, exclaimed, Are you an alchemist? I used to be, but not at the moment. I wish to see Jia Rong. So can you please inform him for me, pretty lady? Lu Yao was a little shocked. Master Jia Rong? He's just come out of seclusion. Come with me. Then she turned to Lu Yu and said, Don't give up, brother. Try a few more times, and you will have succeed eventually. Perhaps I don't have the gift to become an alchemist, Lu Yu said bitterly. It is only a simple strengthening potion, and yet I can't make it even after I've tried more than a dozen times. The ingredients are very expensive, and we have no more money to waste like this. Besides, I'm not young anymore. I plan to find a family and join them in the next few days. That startled Lu Yao. Don't do that, brother. You have to believe in yourself. In my heart, you are the best. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. You've been working hard to earn the money for my studies all these years, and I don't want to be a burden on you anymore. When all these ingredients are exhausted and I still can't produce the strengthening potion, I'll give up. Suddenly, Yunxiao laughed and said, Add 3 less cross-refining grasses, and if the potion's color is too light, add a crossing cloud mushroom. Believe me, you can do it. Are you an alchemist? Haven't I told you just now? I used to be, but not at the moment. Lu Yao said encouragingly, Brother, just try what he said. Even Master Liang praised him for the prescription he brought here the last time. After pondering for a brief moment, Lu Yu said, Fine, I'll give it a try. Yunxiao smiled and then followed Lu Yao to the second floor. This was the first time Yunxiao came to the second floor, but as all the alchemist towers in the continent had the exact layout, he did not find the place strange. Soon, they came in front of a door, and Lu Yao carefully knocked on it. Jia Rong's impatient voice immediately rang out, as if his cultivation was distracted. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat as she said in apprehension, There's a young man who calls himself Young Master Yun looking for you. Young Master Yun, a shocked voice echoed out, followed by a series of clanging noises as if many things were being knocked over. In the next instant, the door flung open. Young Master Yun, with a look of reverence on his face, Jia Rong hurriedly stepped aside and made way for Yunxiao. Lu Yao was stunned, and her face was covered in a look of disbelief. What happened to Master Jia Rong, who was always so proud and lofty? Why was he so polite to a young man? No, this was not politeness, but reverence. His expression was even more reverent than when he met the president. Yunxiao smiled and told the frozen Lu Yao, You may leave us now. After Lu Yao left in a hurry, Yunxiao strode into the room. It was spacious and packed with all kinds of refining equipment and arrays. There was only a small resting area in a corner, where a few fine leather couches and a small bed were placed. The alchemist's glorious status was acquired through their day and night cultivation. Although there was luck behind every alchemist, perseverance and hard work were a must as well. Young Master Yun, Not only has my soul power fully recovered, but I've also made a breakthrough. A real breakthrough, Jia Rong said excitedly. Since he made the breakthrough, he had no one to talk to. And now, he had finally found someone who could listen. Why are you getting so excited over such a little thing? Yun Xiao glared at him. I've no time to listen to these trifles. Come talk to me when you've broken through into a 6th-tier alchemist. It was a piece of great news for the entire state when someone became a real alchemist, and yet it was only a trifle in Yun Xiao's eyes. Jia Rong's face turned blue when he heard that, but when he heard the last sentence, his eyeballs almost popped out. Sixth tier? A grandmaster, he cried out in astonishment. How's that possible? I'm not so gifted, Yun Xiao said indifferently. Of course you are not so gifted, but with the soul cultivation technique I've taught you, you can still achieve that. Jia Rong was completely crazy this time as he muttered to himself, 6th tier. I can get to the 6th tier? You didn't lie to me, did you? Yun Xiao frowned and said coldly, don't forget who you are. What makes you think you are worthy of me lying to you? The 6th tier is just a rudiment in my eyes. Anyhow, I need you to help me refine a few pills. Yes. Beads of cold sweat broke out of Jia Rong's forehead. The 6th tier was just a rudiment? Although this young Master Yun was mysterious, he must be boasting. Yun Xiao nodded and said, one is an origin-impacting pill, and the other is an origin-blasting pill. An origin-impacting pill and an origin-blasting pill. Shocked, Jia Rong said, these 2 pills are infinitely close to the 2nd tier. I've just been promoted to the 1st tier. I am afraid I can't refine them. Yun Xiao sneered. With me here, what are you afraid of? Prepare the ingredients. I have no time to waste. Jia Rong froze. Is young Master Yun going to guide me in pill refining? Could he also be an alchemist? But how's that possible? Although he was grumbling in his heart, he did as Yun Xiao bid. Soon, he got someone to bring him 3 sets of ingredients for both pills. I only need 1 for each pill. So why did you prepare 3 sets of ingredients? Yun Xiao asked. Jia Rong smiled wryly. This young Master Yun is indeed not an alchemist, for he doesn't know about the success rate of pill refinement. He explained, a 1st-tier alchemist can refine a 1st-tier pill with a success rate of over 60% and not 100%. The success rate of refining this kind of a pill, which is infinitely close to the 2nd tier, is even lower. In fact, I don't think 3 sets of ingredients are enough either. But there are only 3 sets in stock, and I've asked someone to find more for me. Yun Xiao snorted. Wordless, he went straight to the refining equipment and glanced at them as he said, let's begin. You will do the work as I tell you the steps. Jia Rong found it hard to believe, but he held back the doubts in his heart and began the pill refining process under Yun Xiao's guidance. The process of refining pills was to blend the properties of various herbs with soul power, and the most important and difficult step was to balance the medicinal strength. Purify the herbs first. Jia Rong sent out his soul power. A set of ingredients were sorted immediately, and then placed into different vessels according to Yun Xiao's request. With that, the purification process began. As time went by, Yun Xiao scolded with uncountable uses of the terms fool and idiot, and Jia Rong lumped them with clenched jaws. He was in a complete muddle throughout the entire refining process. At first, he was memorizing the steps and methods, but at the later stage, all he could do was follow the instructions mechanically, almost completely exhausted. That's enough. Retrieve the pills. Yun Xiao's order was like an amnesty granted to Jia Rong, because he could not hold on any longer. Hurriedly, he withdrew his soul power and shot out a stream of primordial qi from his hand. With that, 2 pills spun a few times in the air before falling into his grip. An origin-impacting pill and an origin-blasting pill. I did it? I really did it. Jia Rong was trembling all over, and he did not feel tired at all even though his soul power was exhausted. And I refined both at the same time. Oh heavens! What have I done just now? How's this even possible? He exclaimed excitedly. The resentment he had from being scolded during the refining process was gone as well, and he actually wished he could be scolded idiot and fool by this young Master Yun every day, as long as he could receive his guidance. Yun Xiao took the pills from him. After glancing at them, he frowned and said, "Why is the purity so low? You've refined such trash, and yet you still have the nerve to shout." Jia Rong's eyeballs almost popped out, and he was about to say, "You're not an alchemist. How would you know the meaning of being able to refine these two pills?" When he suddenly remembered that all his refinement was carried out under Yun Xiao's instructions. He would not believe that this young Master Yun was not an alchemist even if he were beaten to death. Now, Yun Xiao was not only an alchemist in his heart, but also an existence that went beyond his knowledge. He instantly shut his mouth at the thought, and when he recalled what Yun Xiao had said previously about him advancing to a 6th-tier alchemist, he could not help but begin to believe in it, and his body was shivering with excitement. "By the look of you, you're almost totally exhausted. It looks like I've to purify them myself. So troublesome," Yun Xiao grumbled. "But, if it is only purification, my soul power of an advanced apprentice level is more than enough." He wrapped the pills with his soul power and moved them over the array, performing an incantation gesture with both hands. With that, tendrils of inflame shot out of the array and began burning at the pills. Per purification, Jia Rong was struck dumb instantly. Finished pills can be further purified? I thought only ingredients can be purified. Yun Xiao was too lazy to explain to him. Instead, his hands flashed in incantation gestures as he carefully controlled the burning over the array. Jia Rong widened his eyes and dared not blink at all. He had never seen any of Yun Xiao's refining hand seals, but each of them gave him a familiar feeling as if they contained something deep. He felt that it was something very important, but he could not grasp it no matter how hard he tried, which made him scratch his head in panic. Done. Phew! Yun Xiao placed both purified pills in his palm and gave them a look. As if he was still not satisfied, he sighed. "This is the best I can do now. My soul power is too weak." With the origin-impacting pill, he was confident that he could break through into the origin realm in 3 days so that he could defeat Lan Xian, who was a 9-stars warrior. And to be on the safe side, he also prepared himself an origin-blasting pill for later use. A total of 72 hand seals, Jia Rong murmured under his breath. He was working hard to memorize the hand seals when he casually glanced at the purified pills in Yun Xiao's palm, and what he saw blanked his mind. "Flawless pills," he blurted out. In addition to the classification by grade, medicinal pills could also be classified by purity. Generally, when a pill's purity was over 90%, it was called a flawless pill. However, besides the alchemist's skill, the formation of a flawless pill depended on some luck as well. Not only could Yun Xiao purify finished pills, but he could also turn them into flawless pills. The shocking fact froze Jia Rong's brain instantly, making him forget to memorize the 72 hand seals. He stood dumbfounded in the room. Things that surpassed his common sense had happened one after another on this day, leaving him utterly bewildered. By the time he finally came back to his senses, he found that Yun Xiao had left, leaving him extremely regretful. He hurriedly took pieces of paper and a pen, writing down all his doubts and questions. As Yun Xiao passed the lobby on the first floor, he heard Lu Yu's excited shout, "It worked! I finally did it!" Lu Yao's face bloomed into a happy smile when she saw Yun Xiao, giving him a grateful look. Yun Xiao stuck out his thumb and gave her an encouraging look as he left the Alchemist Association, returning to the campus and beginning to cultivate in seclusion. With his current strength as a peak-level apprentice warrior, he had no fear of Lan Xian. But, if he had to defeat him, he would have to condense primordial qi and step into the origin realm. Punching above one's weight was not something unusual. However, if the gap between their ranks was too large, no skill or technique could overcome that. The primordial qi of a 9-stars level warrior was too strong for an apprentice warrior to defend against. Over the next few days, both Han Bai and Qin Jin had looked for him several times, but all in vain. No one expected him to be in the gravity chamber for 3 days without leaving. In the dean's office of Jialan Academy, Zhong Lishan's old face bloomed into a smile as he listened to Yun Xiang's recent performance. "I can't believe you've become an alchemist. Haha. In hundreds of years, you can be considered as the strongest after Yang Di. But, he put on a straight face and growled, "Why didn't you inform me right away about something so important?" I knew nothing about it until the invitation to His Majesty's feast arrived. Do you still take me as the Dean of Jialan Academy? Yunshang smiled embarrassingly. I didn't expect His Majesty's invitation to come so soon. As I've just made the breakthrough, my soul power is still not stable, so I was stabilizing it in seclusion over the past few days. I had planned to inform you once I came out. Zhong Lishan waved a hand and said, "Leave it at that. Among all the younger generation, you are my favorite. You are 21 this year, and yet you have achieved 3 stars of the 4 quadrants realm, as well as become a first-tier alchemist. You have a limitless future. I plan to inform everyone during the feast that I will promote you as the Vice Dean of Jialan Academy." "Vice Dean?" Yunshang said shockingly. "How can that be?" The Dean interrupted her. "If not you, I can't think of anyone else. There are indeed some old freaks in the academy whose cultivation base is higher than yours, but they are old, and you are cultivating soul alongside. Moreover, you are one of the 5 commanders of the State Guardians. Only when you take up this position would the others be convinced." Yunshang was silent, fearing that Zhong Lishan would be offended if she kept on rejecting. As a result, there was a sudden hush in the office. Suddenly, a burst of noise came through the window, and she saw many students heading toward the martial arts arena. "What's happening? Why are the students heading to the arena?" she asked in surprise. "It's a little bit funny," Zhong Lishan said with a smile. "One of the students from your distinguished class, Li Yunxiao, has accepted the challenge of a graduating student, Lan Xian, who is also the leader of the Xian gang. They will be fighting each other in the martial arts arena over Lan Fei's incident." "Li Yunxiao has accepted Lan Xian's challenge?" "Lan Fei's incident," Yunshang cried out. "What happened during my absence?" Zhong Lishan gave her a brief account of what happened, and once he had finished, he snorted and said, "These distinguished children are getting out of hand in the academy. It may not be a bad idea to let them fight each other. I can't believe Lan Fei was expelled." Yunshang was stumped for a moment, and then she hurriedly said, "No, I have to stop them. Li Yunxiao is a loser who couldn't even open his chakra. He can never defeat Lan Xian. He's looking for abuse." Zhong Lishan's eyes flashed with surprise. "A loser who couldn't even open his chakra? Yunshang, both you and I were deceived by this young Master Yun. 3 days ago, he had opened 7 chakras and thrown out a punch with a force of over 1,000 caddies during the assessment in the martial arts arena. I didn't expect this brat to have such a scheming mind, hiding his strength so deep. I reckon he must have broken through into the origin realm by now. Li Yunxiao can throw out a punch with a force of over 1,000 caddies and may have broken through into the origin realm?" Yunshang was utterly dumbfounded now. "How's that possible? He couldn't have hidden his strength from me. Could it be that he had made the breakthrough over the last few days? No, it can't be. That would be even more absurd." She turned abruptly and went for the door. "I won't allow it to happen," she said in a deep voice. "Even if he did break through into the origin realm, he is still no match for Lan Xian. Lan Xian ranks 3rd on the minor power chart, and I fear he's only 1 step away from becoming a martial master." Yunxiao's figure in class that day flashed through her mind. She always had a feeling that he was very different from the past, and his bright eyes even made her feel ill at ease. It was because of his guidance that she was able to smoothly become a first-tier alchemist, and for that, she could not let him be crippled by anyone. Zhong Lishan was a little surprised. "I'll come with you and see what is the level of the students nowadays. Rank 3rd on the minor power chart." Interesting. In the tenfold gravity chamber, Yu Hejing could not help saying, "Lan Duo, that piece of trash is going to fight Lan Xian today. Are we really not going to watch it?" Landua's eyes flashed with disgust. She was getting less and less fond of Yu Hejing. "You go then. I'm not free. Lan Xian is only 1 notch below Brother Lin on the minor power chart, so that clown is only making a fool of himself. But Lan Xian is no better, for he only picks on the weak. Only Brother Lin and Bai Chengfeng are the true experts in my heart. Yu Hejing felt a bad taste in his mouth when he saw the beaming look on her face as she mentioned Lin Yu. Since you're not going, I'll go myself. I've always wanted to see how that piece of shit dies. Looking at Yu Hejing's back as he left, Lan Duo said disdainfully. He cannot defeat Li Yunxiao, so he enjoys when someone else is beating him. I can't believe this Yu Hejing is such a wimp. Just as Yu Hejing was being teleported away from the gravity chamber, her eyes caught a familiar figure who dragged his tired body into the teleportation array as well and vanished. The figure, in addition to his weariness, gave her a sense of loneliness and pride which startled her. Unable to contain her shock, she murmured, Li Yunxiao.